Chapter 1045, Major Transference Talisman. Chapter 1045, Major Transference Talisman. If Lin Xuanji could guess, Su Zimo could naturally guess as well. The fact that he was able to break through the barrier of the Dao inheritance ground meant that the cultivation of the attacker had already surpassed the conjoint body realm. An ancestor realm expert, be it the patriarchs or half-martial ancestors, a power of that level was definitely not something that a void reversion could contend against. It was no exaggeration to say that if they were not in the Dao inheritance ground, a single look from an ancestor realm expert was enough to kill a void reversion. Actually, Su Zimo had already felt a vague sense of uneasiness the moment Di Yin's soul search failed. That was the reason why he had been holding the creation green lotus in his palm. However, he knew that even the creation green lotus would not be able to defend against the power of an ancestral realm expert. The grade 6 creation green lotus had just matured and was comparable to a carnate Dao Lord Dharmic weapon. It was far from reaching its peak. This was akin to a carnate spirit weapon used by golden cores in front of Su Zimo. He could crush it with ease. The difference in strength was too great. Right now, there was only a single chance for him to escape. The Major Transference Talisman. Therefore, the moment Su Zimo sensed danger approaching, he summoned the creation green lotus and tore the Major Transference Talisman from his storage bag without hesitation. He had not used the Major Transference Talisman ever since the old monk handed it to him. According to the old monk, he could be teleported to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley the moment he crushed the Major Transference Talisman. Su Zimo did not know if he could make it in time. He did not know if the power of an ancestor realm expert would interrupt the teleportation of the Major Transference Talisman either. More than that, he did not know if there would be any unforeseen circumstances during the process. He only knew one thing: this was his only chance at survival. The Major Transference Talisman shattered. A strange power burst forth and space trembled violently. Immediately after, a gigantic black vortex appeared behind Su Zimo. It was deep and mysterious, as though it could devour everything. A terrifying suction force suddenly burst forth and pulled Su Zimo's body in. At the same time, the creation green lotus that rose in reverse collided with the gigantic palm that was crushing down. Boom! Instantly, it was as though the world had stopped. Even the black vortex formed by the Major Transference Talisman stopped spinning. Every cultivator in the Dao inheritance ground looked up at the skies with widened mouths and eyes filled with shock. In their eyes, the only things left in the world were the creation green lotus that brimmed with life and rose against the tides and a gigantic palm. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, right in front of countless gazes, the thick green lotus stem broke apart inch by inch under the suppression of the gigantic palm and its glow dissipated. The creation green lotus seemed to be letting out a sorrowful cry. Its gigantic lotus leaves were torn apart by the terrifying power as well. Lotus petals fell one after another in a tragic manner. This supreme treasure stole the creation of heaven and earth had just risen and revealed its sharpness when it was mercilessly suppressed by a gigantic palm and cripple. The cultivators looked at this scene and remained silent for a long time. Everything seemed to indicate something. The fate of that monster incarnate seemed to be the same as the unyielding creation green lotus that rose against the tides. The creation green lotus was already suppressed. How could that person escape? The shattered lotus stem, leaves, and barren lotus platform were all sucked into the black vortex behind Su Zimo. With the momentary obstruction of the creation green lotus, Su Zimo managed to tear the Major Transference Talisman and entered the deep, dark teleportation tunnel. The crisis seemed to have passed. However, the owner of that palm would not allow it at all. Trying to flee? A cold and sinister voice sounded from the firmaments. Boom! The gigantic palm descended suddenly, as though it had broken through the restrictions of space. Instantly, it reached into the pitch-black vortex and grabbed towards Su Zimo, who had escaped far away. That was the power and methods of an ancestor realm expert. Even if he released the Major Transference Talisman first, it was impossible for him to escape from an ancestor realm expert. Su Zimo, who was in the teleportation tunnel, was faced with the impending calamity once more before he even had time to grieve for the destruction of the creation green lotus. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment he tore the major transference talisman and was dragged inside to the pursuit of the gigantic palm, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Without time to think, Suzimo could only raise his right hand instinctively to defend himself. Bang! Two palms collided. A terrifying force struck the divine phoenix bone. Screech! A clear phoenix cry sounded from the teleportation tunnel, piercing through metal and cracking rocks with an endless might. Immediately after, an extremely scorching aura burst forth from Suzimo's right hand, as though it could incinerate all living beings and destroy them. His right hand had already disappeared completely and was replaced by a gigantic and malevolent claw. It was scarlet and burned with a world-shaking divine flame. The power of the divine phoenix bone was completely activated, revealing its true form, the divine phoenix's claw. The divine phoenix's claw descended with divine flames surging on it. It was filled with a godly aura as it collided with the gigantic palm of the ancestor realm expert. Boom! Suzimo shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. Although the divine phoenix bone was undamaged against the power of an ancestor realm expert, it could not defend against the remnant power of the latter as everything surged into his body through the divine phoenix bone. After all, Suzimo's bones were not divine phoenix bones. A single surge of remnant power into his body was absolutely devastating for his flesh. Crack, 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 poof, poof, poof. His bones were all shattered and every single one of them was the size of a fingernail. Not a single one of them was intact and his flesh was ruptured. He was almost completely smashed. His powerful body that had been cultivated for more than 100 years was completely crippled by the remnant power of an ancestor realm expert. His entire body was devoid of life. Furthermore, that was under the premise that the divine phoenix bone already blocked more than half of the power of the ancestor realm expert. If not for the divine phoenix bone, Suzimo's body and spirit would have been destroyed instantly and his body would have been crushed into dust by the gigantic palm. However, this collision caused Suzimo's figure to sink swiftly into the depths of the black vortex, disappearing into the darkness. The gigantic palm reached in once more to scoop but did not manage to grab anything. The ancestor realm expert harumphed coldly. The gigantic palm withdrew from the black vortex and retreated from the Tao inheritance ground. It was only at this moment that the terrifying might in the void dissipated slowly. After a long period of silence, the entire Tao inheritance ground burst into a clamor. Heavens! Desolate Marshal established his Tao and killed titular disciples, attracting the attack of an ancestor realm expert. I wonder if that was a Mahayana patriarch or half-martial ancestor? He's definitely a half-martial ancestor. Mahayana patriarchs have broad horizons and are dedicated to pursuing the great Tao. Why would they get involved over such a small matter? An ancestor realm expert actually lowered his dignity despicably in order to kill a void reversion Tao being. Desolate Marshal will no longer exist after today. Some people lamented, some sighed, some gloated, and some were devastated. Demonis Ji burst into tears and sobbed silently. Lin Xuanji stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of that scene. After a moment, he said, "Fellow Daoist pure maiden, Brother Su is not dead yet. There might be a chance for things to change." Chapter 1046, Slaying into Dragon Burial Valley. Chapter 1046, Slaying into Dragon Burial Valley. Before long, news spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another, creating huge wave. An ancestor realm expert has attacked. Which sect? I don't know. It's extremely likely to be Chaos Essence Sect. The creation Green Lotus was destroyed and Desolate Marshal's body was crippled. He was teleported away by the major transference talisman. We don't know where he went or whether he's alive. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Desolate Marshal is too sharp and it's his fate to face such a calamity. Ever since the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, there was almost no news of an ancestor realm expert taking action in the cultivation world. However, during the establishment of Tao by Desolate Marshal and the calamity of titular disciples this time round, an ancestor realm expert made a move. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and shocked Tianhuang mainland. Before long, the super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries knew that the person who attacked was Chaos Essence Sect's Di Fan, a half-martial ancestor expert. Middle Continent, Chaos Essence Sect. Di Fan retracted his palm slowly. His expression was dark and his gaze flickered. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Elder Di, that lad has already died. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master asked carefully. Di Fan replied expressionlessly, no, his body and the creation Green Lotus were crippled by me. However, he managed to escape with the Major Transference Talisman. Why does this lad have a treasure like the Major Transference Talisman? Di Fan's tone was sinister. He was still furious that he could not kill Su Zimo right away. The Major Transference Talisman's teleportation location is fixed. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master said in a low voice, I've heard Di Yin mention that the first time he met Desolate Marshal was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Oh, Dragon Burial Valley? Di Fan raised his brow and said slowly, I heard from the old patriarch that there seems to be an old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Is he still alive? No, but based on my calculations, 10,000 years have passed and this old monk doesn't have much lifespan left. His time should be up soon. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master's expression froze when he heard the words Old Patriarch. A look of reverence flashed through his eyes as he replied in a deep voice. The Old Patriarch that Di Fan was referring to was the only Mahayana patriarch of the Di clan. His seniority was even higher than Di Fan. During the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, the reason why the evil ancestral-level dragon was killed was because this patriarch of the Di clan attack. Di Fan and the dead Di Yin were both considered as the descendants of the Di clan's patriarch. However, the patriarch of the Di clan was not in Chaos Essence Sect right now. Di Fan waved his hand and said coldly, relay the news that Desolate Marshal is at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and contact Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace and other factions to attack Dragon Burial Valley. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master frowned slightly and said hesitantly, Elder Di, that old monk is still alive. Back then, he was a Mahayana patriarch after all. No worries. Di Fan sneered, how much combat strength can Mahayana patriarch in his twilight years have left with his weakened blood chi? He might not even be able to defend against a conjoint body mighty figure. Daming and Fahua monasteries have already been destroyed and vanished into thin air. I don't believe that an old monk whose lifespan is about to be up can defend against the combined attack of 8 supersect. After pausing for a moment, Di Fan's eyes shone with killing intent as he said coldly, at most, I'll strike once more. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect was fretting over how to deal with the encirclement of the 8 supersects when the news of an ancestor realm expert attacking spread. Everyone was shocked. The killing intent from the Azura Yang Beichen burst forth and almost materialized. His gaze was sinister as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was formed. He thought of all possibilities and even prepared for the worst where he would escape with Su Zimo to the end of the world. However, he never imagined that an ancestor realm expert would attack. That was akin to a strong adult man resorting to all means to kill an infant that could merely crawl. The difference between a void reversion and an ancestral realm expert was even greater than the difference between an infant and a strong man. To think that an ancestor realm expert would attack a void reversion. Chaos Essence Sect is truly shameless for the sake of revenge, Elder Gu said hatefully. Elder Ji shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just for revenge. Not bad. Shangguanzi said, he established his Dao heart by stepping on the corpses of 8 titular disciples. Once such a monster incarnate grows up, it will be a disaster for supersects like Chaos Essence Sect. The true reason why this ancestor realm expert attacked was because he wanted to murder this monster incarnate. Dao Lord Extreme Fire stood silently at the side, frowning in deep thought. Extreme Fire, don't worry too much. Shangguanzi said softly, according to the current news, Zimo has already been teleported away. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's still hope. Everyone knew that this was merely a consolation. With the attack of an ancestor realm expert, the creation Green Lotus and his body were crippled one after another. Even if he survived, The monster incarnate he once was would have vanished into thin air. Shangguanzi sighed softly and said, "I wonder where the child was teleported to." "I know." Right then, Extreme Fire spoke. "Ah!" Everyone was stunned. Shangguanzi could vaguely sense that Extreme Fire's expression seemed to have relaxed after hearing that Su Zimo had torn the major transference talisman and escaped. Extreme Fire said, "Zimo should have gone to the Dragon Burial Valley." Dragon Burial Valley? I heard that an evil dragon was buried in the Dragon Burial Valley 10,000 years ago. It's an ominous place where patriarchs have fallen and the blood of emperors have been spilled. Why would he head there? Everyone asked hurriedly. Before Extreme Fire could explain, a spirit crane flew in from outside. The spirit crane was filled with an immortal aura and its flesh was intact. It was extremely agile. When it arrived in front of Shangguanzi, it suddenly transformed into a paper crane and floated in her palm. There was another piece of huge news from the cultivation world. Everyone was invigorated. Shangguanzi opened the spirit crane and took a look. Her expression changed gradually. "What?" Worried about Su Zimo, Yang Beichen took the initiative to ask. Shangguanzi had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "Extreme Fire is right. Zimo should have been teleported to the Dragon Burial Valley. However, for some reason, this news has already spread in the cultivation world." "Ah!" everyone exclaimed. The cultivators present quickly realized what the consequences would be if this news spread. Shangguanzi continued, "The Spirit Crane said that 5 immortal sects, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword Sect and Glass Palace, 2 Fiend Sects, Hidden Death Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect, Formless Monastery of the Buddhist Monasteries and Poison Sect of the Heretical Doctrines, have all sent conjoint body mighty figures to head to the North region's Dragon Burial Valley. Apart from the 8 super sects that everyone had expected, Sword Sect was also involved. That made 9 super sect. Everyone had ugly expressions. All of them knew that Su Zimo was doomed. Elder Ge sighed. There are so many super sects and conjoint body mighty figures joining forces for the sake of a void reversion. They're truly bent on exterminating him. Without another word, Yang Beichen turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Extreme Fire reached out and stopped him. "Dragon Burial Valley." Yang Beichen's voice was cold. Extreme Fire shook his head. "You won't make it in time if you go now. The speed of a conjoint body mighty figure is much faster than you. They will only need a couple of days to head to the North region from the Middle Continent. Furthermore, you're injured. You'll only be courting death if you rush over." "What should we do then?" "Just wait." Yang Beichen clenched his fists. Extreme Fire had a strange expression as he murmured, "Let's wait for news. I'm not exactly worried if Zimo returns to Dragon Burial Valley." Chapter 1047 Opportunity. Chapter 1047 Opportunity. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, in the ancient temple. In the cemetery at the backyard of the main hall, an old monk sat on the ground. His beard and brows were white and he was skinny. Sitting on the ground, he was chanting the rebirth mantra in a low voice. In the cemetery, a burly man with scarlet, disheveled hair and ragged clothes sat inside with rusty chains wrapped around his body. The scarlet-haired burly man leaned against a stone tablet listlessly and was dozing off to the old monk's chanting. "Old monk, you nag here every day. It's fine for the dead, but you're annoying the living to death." The scarlet-haired burly man who was falling asleep grumbled. The old monk ignored him and continued chanting. All of a sudden, the scarlet-haired burly man's expression changed. As though he sensed something, he stood up and the chains on his body rattled. He glared at the void not far away with bright eyes and no signs of fatigue on his face. The chanting suddenly stopped. Seemingly sensing something, the old monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and created a gigantic gap in the void not far away, causing a pile of items to fall out. There were broken lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves and a bare lotus platform. Immediately after, a figure fell out. It was Su Zimo who tore apart the major transference talisman and escaped from the half-martial ancestor expert Di Fan's hand. Bang! Su Zimo's body slammed heavily onto the ground and he did not move at all. It was not that he did not want to move, but his body had already lost all signs of life. Although his essence spirit was not destroyed, he could no longer control his body. The scarlet-haired burly man was shocked as he looked at the mangled body. That serious? He could tell with a single glance that this body was completely crippled. His bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into mud. His flesh was lifeless without any signs of vitality. Simply put, even if the owner of this body was a conjoint body mighty figure, he wouldn't be able to save it. The power of a conjoint body mighty figure could regrow severed limbs. However, given the extent of damage received by the body, there was no way about it unless Suzimo was a Mahayana patriarch. Every single Mahayana patriarch knew of a divine power, blood rebirth. They could reconstruct their physical bodies with a single drop of blood. The old monk frowned when he saw the dilapidated body. Even the grade 6 creation green lotus was destroyed. The scarlet-haired burly man's expression turned grim. The power that could shatter a grade 6 creation green lotus was probably beyond the conjoint body realm. Could it be an ancestor realm expert? The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent and he was enraged. Although there were no rigid rules in the cultivation world, it did not make sense for an ancestor realm expert to attack a void reversion fatally. Fuck, he's really bullying this lad for not having any backing. The scarlet-haired burly man cursed and his nose quivered. He sniffed the air and his expression turned even uglier. He grit his teeth and said, "It's the bloodline of the DI clan. It's his descendant again." Right then, two beams of light flew out from the broken body. It was Suzimo's two essence spirits, the scarlet-haired yin spirit and the black-haired essence spirit. Looking at Suzimo's scarlet-haired yin spirit, the burly man's eyes lit up with satisfaction. But soon, he frowned. "Your essence spirit is injured as well?" The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes flashed with rage. "Master." The two essence spirits bowed to the old monk before turning to look at the scarlet-haired burly man with conflicted expressions. If Suzimo was not wrong, there was a high chance that the person he once referred to as the red-headed ghost was the culprit for the catastrophe back then. The evil dragon. "What are you looking at?" The red-headed ghost glared at him. "I'm that illumination dragon from back then, so what? You've also drunk my blood for 20 years at the bottom of this valley." When he heard the red-headed ghost's words, Suzimo no longer had any doubts. However, he was truly in no mood to argue with the red-headed ghost. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart was filled with sorrow. It was not because he had lost his physical body. He was a void reversion and would not die even if he lost his body. Furthermore, if he lost his body, he could just reconstruct it. It was also not because of how strong this body was and how many years of cultivation were ruined. It was because he had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness since he started cultivating. That body contained traces of Dai. When his bloodline phenomenon was activated to its limits, a blood-colored butterfly was even born. All of that no longer existed. That was the reason why he could not bear to part with it. The red-headed ghost looked at the old monk. "Old monk, let's follow my plan. That's the only way to resolve his crisis." "That's the only way." The old monk sighed slightly. The red-headed ghost shouted at Suzimo, "Hey, lad, do you want this body to recover? You have a solution." Suzimo was invigorated and his eyes lit up. "Hee hee." The red-headed ghost chuckled. "Of course there's a way. If you agree, I'll give you a great opportunity. It's way too easy for this body to recover while the true benefits are yet to come. Speak." Suzimo calmed down and did not agree immediately. "This body of yours will be managed by this essence spirit from now on." The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-haired yin spirit and said, "Your essence spirit and this body can head to the Dragon Bone Valley. There's a divine spring inside that can heal the injuries of your body and essence spirit. The divine spring of the primordial era has the miraculous effect of regenerating flesh and bones as well as reviving the dead. While it has long gone extinct, there's a spring in the Dragon Bone Valley." Suzimo knew that the red-headed ghost would never lie to him about something like this. Since he said that the primordial divine spring had such an effect, it must be true. The red-headed ghost continued, "If your body recovers, You'll have to join the dragon race and cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. No one will dare to bully you to this extent again in the future. With the backing of one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon race, who would dare to provoke him? Not even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries could do it. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, "What about my black-haired essence spirit?" That was the key. If his body was restored to its original state and only belonged to the scarlet-haired yin spirit, it would mean that his entire body, from his bloodline to his essence spirit, would be a complete draga. Su Zimo was born as a human and wanted to establish the Tao for the masses. He did not want to be reduced to an alien race completely. However, this was indeed a tremendous opportunity for him. Naturally, the greatest benefit was for his body to recover to its original state. If he could cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley, it might be of great help to his cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness as well. There was an essence spirit secret skill and a dharmic art in the yang spirit section. The dharmic art was barren. Su Zimo merely had a rough understanding of barren and could only release it simply. He could not unleash its full power nor could he control its range perfectly. Up till now, he still could not understand the mysteries of that essence spirit secret skill. If he could enter the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate, it would be extremely helpful for him to master barren and comprehend the essence spirit secret skill. After all, the yin spirit and yang spirit sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness were adapted from the cultivation of the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. Chapter 1048, 2 True Bodies. Chapter 1048, 2 True Bodies. Su Zimo asked, "What about my black-haired essence spirit?" "Doesn't matter." Waving his hand, the red-headed ghost pouted his lips nonchalantly. "In any case, this dragon body will be your true body from now on. At most, your black-haired essence spirit can just refine a physical body and cultivate it as a clone." "No." The old monk shook his head and suddenly said, "The dragon race body can be cultivated as a clone. This black-haired essence spirit will be Zimo's true body." "Bullshit." The red-headed ghost replied in a worked-up manner, "That body is connected to the lad's bloodline, so it will naturally be a true body of the dragon race. There's only the black-haired essence spirit left here that doesn't even have a body. How can it be a true body?" The old monk shook his head and said resolutely, "However, he's a human after all. That's why the body reconstructed by the black-haired essence spirit will be his true body. His dragon race body will be a clone." The two of them started arguing over this matter. The old monk was unwilling to back down as well. Both of them were clear about Su Zimo's potential. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence that could change Tianhuang mainland. The reason why the red-headed ghost wanted the scarlet-haired yin spirit to be the true body was naturally for the good of the dragon race. As for the old monk, his intention was also to retain a hope for the human race in the future. "Master, red-headed ghost, stop arguing." Su Zimo's gaze was resolute, as though he had already made up his mind. He said slowly, "Be it the scarlet-haired yin spirit or the black-haired essence spirit's body, they are not clones. Both are my true bodies." Both of them were briefly stunned before they understood what was happening. If an ordinary cultivator were to refine a clone, they would at most inject a stream of spirit consciousness into it. It would be just a remnant thought. However, Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. He had truly cultivated 2 essence spirits. Even if they cultivated separately, their essence spirits would not affect one another. If both essence spirits were him, how could there be a clone? Since they were destined to cultivate separately, he would cultivate 2 true bodies in the future. The old monk and the red-headed ghost stopped arguing. Both of them could accept this outcome. Of course, there was another important reason why Su Zimo agreed to let the scarlet-haired yin spirit bring his body to the Dragon Bone Valley. "Red-headed ghost, I have a condition," Su Zimo suddenly said. The red-headed ghost raised his brow and glanced askance at Su Zimo. "What other conditions do you want to make despite this amazing bargain?" "I want to bring someone along," Su Zimo replied. "No way." The red-headed ghost rejected without hesitation. "What kind of place do you think Dragon Bone Valley is? Do you think it's a place anyone can head to?" Suzimo thought for a moment. To be precise, he's not human, he's a WM. He absorbed some dragon chi and will definitely be able to transform into a true dragon in the future. Another important reason why Suzimo wanted to head to the Dragon Bone Valley was because of Solitary Cloud. In order to save him, Solitary Cloud ended up in such a state where his fate was unknown. He had to give Solitary Cloud a fortuitous encounter in order to live up to the latter's undying loyalty. No, it's even worse if it's a WM. The red-headed ghost pouted. Let's put it this way, even someone like you who drank my dragon blood for 20 years has an impure bloodline. It's already not bad that I can send you in. What the hell does a WM that absorbed some dragon chi to cultivate even amount to? In other words, even if he can enter, he'll be bullied to death by the true dragons of Dragon Bone Valley. Suzimo did not back down at all. If anyone bullies him, I'll naturally be there. However, I have to bring him over. If Solitary Cloud could cultivate in an environment like Dragon Bone Valley, his chances of transforming into a true dragon would increase greatly. Kid, you only know how to push your luck. Fuck. In order to save you, I even have to add a little WM snake into the mix. What the hell am I even doing? The red-headed ghost cursed and glanced at Suzimo from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the latter was not backing down, he mumbled, "Fine, we'll bring him along." However, he veered the topic away. Let me make things clear first. There's no kind soul in the dragon race. Don't blame me if he gets bullied to death inside. Thank you. Suzimo cupped his fists. After a brief pause, Suzimo continued, "Red-headed ghost, I have another condition." What? The red-headed ghost jumped up in anger as the chains on his body rattled. Blowing his beard and glaring, he said, "Rascal, don't push your luck. If you push me too far, I won't even care about you anymore." Suzimo said selfishly, since his coming in with me, he has to follow me to that primordial divine spring to recuperate. No way. The red-headed ghost rejected him flatly and glared at Suzimo angrily, grinding his teeth. Do you think that anyone can soak in that divine spring? I'll have to persuade endlessly just to let you soak in that divine spring, and now, you even want to add a little WM snake? Suzimo thought for a moment. As long as you can save him, it's fine if you don't let him soak in the primordial divine spring. Leave it to me. It's just a lousy WM. I'll revive it with a single drop of my blood, the red-headed ghost said confidently. Only when he heard that, Suzimo carefully removed Solitary Cloud from his storage bag and placed it in front of the red-headed ghost. The red-headed ghost took a look and his face darkened, almost cursing. That fellow's injuries were almost the same as Suzimo's. His chest was punctured, his heart was shattered and his essence spirit was almost destroyed. He was hanging on with a single breath and could die at any moment. The WM might die with a single drop of his blood instead. Creak. Creak. The red-headed ghost ground his teeth in silence. Suzimo shrugged. Look, you can't do it either. In that case, I'll have to bring him to soak in that primordial hot spring. It's a divine spring. The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scolded, "Hot your head. That won't do." The red-headed ghost pondered for a long time before shaking his head in rejection. "I won't be going either then." Suzimo decided to go all out. The old monk stood at the side and smiled without saying anything. The red-headed ghost was hopping mad but could not do anything to Suzimo. After a moment, the red-headed ghost said, "I can agree to your condition, but you can't raise any other conditions." He was truly afraid. If Suzimo were to go crazy and bring along a nest of monsters or random animals like leopards, wolves, tigers etc., Dragon Bone Valley would be in complete chaos. All right. Suzimo agreed. The red-headed ghost heaved a sigh of relief. Fine, I'll agree to your two conditions. Taking a deep breath, the red-headed ghost cut his fingertip and a drop of scarlet blood fell, emanating a terrifying aura with a tremendous life force. He conjured hand seals continuously and let out a series of strange sounds. The drop of blood hovered in midair and did not dissipate. A moment later, the drop of blood changed gradually and turned into a scarlet divine dragon. Its horns were towering and lifelike. "Go on." The red-headed ghost murmured. The tiny divine dragon let out a long cry and turned into a scarlet beam of light that tore through the air and disappeared quickly. Chapter 1049, My Son. Chapter 1049, My Son. Zimo, think about what you want to take away next. The old monk said, the Dragon Bone Valley is the resting place of the primordial dragon race. Your bloodline is impure and you will definitely be ostracized upon entering. I'm afraid you will be in a difficult situation. Indeed, Suzimo's body did not have a pure bloodline. However, his bloodline was derived from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Coupled with the blood of the illumination dragon, it was even more terrifying than a pure-blooded illumination dragon. There's no need to worry too much. No matter where it is, strength is everything. The red-headed ghost said, whoever is stronger will have the final say. If you can beat those little brats of the dragon race into submission, you'll naturally obtain their recognition. Suzimo nodded. He had many treasures on him and his 2 essence spirits were about to cultivate separately. He had to make careful arrangements. The bronze square tripod was the destiny dharmic weapon of the scarlet-haired yin spirit and naturally had to follow him. The illumination stone could only be used in this body and had to follow the scarlet-haired yin spirit to the Dragon Bone Valley. Of course, his greatest reliance in Dragon Bone Valley would be his body and bloodline. The true body of the dragon race would continue to cultivate according to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. To a certain extent, the true body of the dragon race was a Tao that Dai Yu had chosen for Suzimo and he would walk it to the end. As for his black-haired essence spirit, after it finished reconstructing a body, a new Tao would be formed with the fusion of the human race's immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos. However, that might not be his Tao. Suzimo was going to establish a Tao that belonged to him. Before long, a mighty dragon roar sounded above Dragon Burial Valley, shaking the world with a power that could make all living beings submit. The red-headed ghost opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar as well. Immediately after, a divine dragon covered in fiery red scales and horns descended above the ancient temple. The divine dragon's gaze was like a torch as he surveyed the area below. A red beard fluttered beneath his chin and his entire body burned with flames, exuding a domineering might. Around the divine dragon, a series of fine cracks appeared that trembled as cyclones howled. The old monk frowned. This was the resting place of many experts 10,000 years ago. He was naturally displeased for it to be disturbed like this. Swash! A rusty chain burst forth from the cemetery at an extremely fast speed and arrived instantly. Even the divine dragon in midair was struck heavily before it could react. Transform into human form and get the hell down, the red-headed ghost's voice sounded. The majestic divine dragon obediently transformed into a middle-aged man in scarlet robes and descended into the cemetery. Clan leader, you're really not dead. When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the red-headed ghost, he was excited and his eyes shone with endless joy. Suzimo could tell that such joy could not be faked and came from the bottom of his heart. From the way the scarlet-robed man addressed the red-headed ghost as the clan leader, it was not difficult to tell that the red-headed ghost had an extremely high status in the dragon race. If he was not the clan leader of the dragon race, he was clan leader of the illumination dragon lineage. However, Suzimo did not know what sort of status the illumination dragon lineage had among the dragon race. He knew very little about the dragon race. Clan leader, the chains on your body? When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the chains on the red-headed ghost, his eyes widened in rage and killing intent. He walked forward, wanting to rip the chains apart. You don't have to care about these scrap metals. The red-headed ghost pouted. If I wanted to, I would have torn them off a long time ago. Why haven't you returned after so many years, clan leader? The scarlet-robed man could not help but ask. The moment he said that, he seemed to have thought of something as he spun around and glared at the old monk not far away with a murderous aura, declaring coldly, "It must be that old bald monk. Don't worry, clan leader, that old bald monk's blood chi is deteriorating. Watch me kill him." Suzimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why this scarlet-robed man was from the illumination dragon lineage. His temper was way too fiery. Kill your head. The red-headed ghost shook the chains and whipped the scarlet-robed man once more. Although the scarlet-robed man could dodge it, he did not move and allowed the red-headed ghost to whip him. There's another reason why I've been here for so many years. You don't have to know. The red-headed ghost did not explain to him and said in a deep voice, I summoned you here today for something else. Bring him back to Dragon Bone Valley and recuperate in the primordial divine spring. If the elders in the clan don't allow it, tell them that it's my intention. As he said that, the red-headed ghost pointed at Suzimo. Him. The scarlet-robed man glanced at Suzimo's lifeless body on the ground and then at the scarlet-haired yin spirit. Frowning, he asked, Clan leader, this lad's bloodline is impure. There's no need for you to value him so much, right? Arrange according to my instructions. The red-headed ghost's tone was unquestionable. Also, this lad has a snake by his side who is also severely injured. Bring them together to the primordial divine spring. Ah! The scarlet-robed man was stunned. While the red-headed ghost was the clan leader of the Illumination dragon lineage and had an extremely high status within the dragon race, those arrangements were truly against the rules. Clan leader, this will definitely attract dissent. The scarlet-robed man frowned. Even if the elders of the Illumination dragon lineage agree, I'm afraid the elders of the other 4 dragon lineages will step in to stop us. Stop what? The red-headed ghost bolted upright as his eyes shone with a scarlet light. With a torrential aura, he hollered, I've left the clan for 10,000 years and now, I can't even arrange for 2 people to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. It's not that. It's just that the 2 of them, the scarlet-robed man hesitated. The primordial divine spring was extremely rare. Within the dragon race, only those with extremely high statuses and the purest bloodlines were qualified to enter. Suzimo and Solitary Cloud were not qualified at all. To be precise, the 2 of them could not even be considered as the lowliest of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost fell silent. After a long time, he looked at the scarlet-robed man and asked, Do you know why I called you here? I don't know. The scarlet-robed man had a respectful expression. Pointing at Suzimo, the red-headed ghost said word by word, From this day forth, you shall see him as part of my bloodline, my son. Ah! The scarlet-robed man's expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Suzimo was shocked as well. He had often bickered with the red-headed ghost, to think that he held such weight in the latter's heart. The red-headed ghost said slowly, Is my child qualified to recuperate in the primordial divine spring? Yes. The scarlet-robed man nodded without hesitation. The red-headed ghost continued, Go back and tell those old fogies of the Illumination dragon lineage that I will no longer occupy the title of Illumination from this day forth. Leave it to the juniors to fight for it. Clan leader. The scarlet-robed man's expression changed. Suzimo was confused when he heard that. He did not understand the significance of the title of Illumination that the red-headed ghost mentioned. The red-headed ghost gazed into the distance with an unresolvable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and looked at Suzimo who was beside him. There was no malice or killing intent on his face. Instead, his gaze was filled with a rare kindness. If Yanga was still around, he should be the same as you. Brave, fearless, persistent and true. When he heard that, the scarlet-robed man looked pained as tears welled up in his eyes. The old monk sighed deeply and shook his head as well. Chapter 1050 5 Dragon Lineages. Chapter 1050 5 Dragon Lineages. For some reason, Suzimo felt a sense of sadness as well. He could tell that the Yanga mentioned by the red-headed ghost was definitely the person dearest to him but was unfortunately no longer around. On the surface, the red-headed ghost looked carefree and even a little neurotic. However, deep in his heart, there was a sadness that no one could reach. Was the red-headed ghost an evil dragon? 10,000 years ago, the red-headed ghost destroyed the Great Qian Empire, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, causing a massive catastrophe and killing so many people. It could be said that he was extremely evil. However, in Suzimo's eyes, the red-headed ghost was just a pitiful person. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced back then to cause him to be so furious and murderous. What exactly was the trigger for the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Suzimo could guess the reason why the red-headed ghost refused to stay here. It was most likely because he felt guilty or wanted to atone for his sins. The old monk did not seem to have any hatred towards the red-headed ghost as one would have imagined. The red-headed ghost accidentally revealed that Dai Yu seemed to have helped him before. What happened when Dai Yu came here to retrieve the Soraka flower back then? Suzimo was filled with questions. Lad, don't worry about anything before heading to Dragon Bone Valley. The red-headed ghost asked, have you devoured a dragon egg before? Suzimo knew that he could not hide this matter and nodded. The red-headed ghost said, this matter can both be important or negligible. Actually, the dragon egg you saw was a dead egg. Ah! Suzimo froze for a moment. The red-headed ghost explained, the bloodline of the dragon race is noble and powerful. It has a long lifespan and powerful combat strength. However, it's not without weaknesses. The reproduction ability of the dragon race is extremely poor. The success rate of the dragon race nurturing a dragon egg is very low. Even if they can produce one, the survival rate of the dragon egg is not high. At that point, Suzimo nodded to himself. If the dragon race had the reproductive capabilities of humans, such a massive race would have occupied Tianhuang mainland long ago. Even if 10 human emperors were to appear, it would be useless. The red-headed ghost said, the dragon eggs that can truly survive have long been carefully protected with experts of the dragon race guarding them day and night. How can you come into contact with them? Suzimo recalled carefully. Back when he and Night Spirit crossed a sea of bones, they ascended a mountain and entered that gigantic cave. Indeed, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. In fact, a green divine dragon only appeared after they devoured the dragon egg completely. This is Long Yang. From now on, call him Uncle Yang. The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-robed man and said to Suzimo, Uncle Yang. Suzimo did not hesitate and bowed towards Long Yang. Unexpectedly, Long Yang received Suzimo's bow and returned it with a respectful attitude. Greetings, young master. Young master? Suzimo was momentarily stunned. That title did not sound insignificant. The red-headed ghost had a calm expression and was not surprised at all. Follow Long Yang and cultivate well in Dragon Bone Valley. If you have any doubts, ask Long Yang along the way. When you're there, you'll be called Long Mo for the time being. The red-headed ghost looked deeply at Suzimo. I believe that in the future, you won't just be a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The old monk nodded as well. Go on, the chaos in Tianhuang mainland has already appeared and I'm afraid a calamity is about to descend. Your true body of the dragon race might be able to survive this calamity if you cultivate in Dragon Bone Valley. Master, red-headed ghost, goodbye. The scarlet-haired yin spirit bowed deeply to the old monk and red-headed ghost before turning to leave with Long Yang. Everything that Suzimo wanted to bring, including his tattered body, had already been put into his storage bag. The scarlet-haired yin spirit carried everything and followed behind Long Yang. Before long, the scarlet-haired yin spirit disappeared from the Dragon Burial Valley. Although the two essence spirits were getting further and further away, there was still an extremely mysterious connection between them. In midair, Long Yang took care of Suzimo's scarlet-haired yin spirit with focus and they did not travel at a fast speed. How long have you been cultivating for? Long Yang asked. Suzimo replied, more than 100 years. Your potential is rather decent. Long Yang praised, however, the clan leader has even greater expectations for you. I don't know what he sees in you, but I'll do my best to assist you. How far you can go will depend on yourself. Suzimo nodded. Let me brief you on the situation of the dragon race. There are a total of 5 lineages in the dragon race. They are the horned, blue, hornless, torch and winged dragons. These 5 bloodlines are known as the 5 great dragon lineages. Their bloodlines are the purest and their combat strength is the strongest. The horned dragon has the metal attribute, the blue dragon is wood, the hornless dragon is water, the illumination dragon is fire and the winged dragon is earth. All 5 lineages specialize in different things. Long Yang said, typically speaking, the strongest among the 5 dragon lineages is the blue dragon lineage. The blue dragon lineage inherited the most bloodline of the sacred beast, the azure dragon, and is the most similar to them. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why he had read similar descriptions in some ancient books that the blue dragon was the azure dragon. However, in reality, the blue dragon merely inherited the most of the azure dragon's bloodline. The azure dragon was a sacred beast. In the vast world, including the upper world, there were only 4 of them. The blue dragon was far inferior compared to the azure dragon. Long Yang thought for a moment and continued, of course, apart from the 5 dragon lineages, there are also the mixed dragon lineage in Dragonbone Valley. There are some dragon species with thin bloodlines such as WMS, cloud dragons, rain dragons, coiling dragons, and so on. The mixed dragon lineage has a low status. In Dragonbone Valley, they only do lowly work and serve the 5 dragon lineages as slaves. Pausing for a moment, Long Yang continued, to be fair, the bloodline of you and that WM can't even be compared to the mixed dragon lineage. The mixed dragon bloodline only had a thin bloodline. As for Su Zimo, his bloodline was impure. The nature of the two was completely different. As for Solitary Cloud, not only was his dragon race bloodline so thin that it was almost non-existent, it was not pure and could not even be considered as a remnant of the dragon race. The clan leader saved me once and I owe him a huge favor. I have no complaints even if I acknowledge you as my young master. However, the other people of the Illumination Dragon lineage will definitely not think that way. Long Yang said in a deep voice, if you want to become the true young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, you have to suppress and dominate everyone in the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The Illumination Dragon lineage has a unique title, Illumination. Now that the clan master has given up that title, it means that whoever becomes the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage will be the illumination of the lineage. Su Zimo finally understood. The word was similar to the titular disciples of the super sects. In every generation, there was only one dragon that could be called Illumination. In the previous generation, it was the red-headed ghost. Now that the red-headed ghost had given up the Illumination title, his intention was for Su Zimo to fight for and inherit it. That was the reason why the red-headed ghost told Su Zimo to change his name to Long Mo for the time being. If Su Zimo managed to suppress the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage and become the young master, he would be the new Illumination, the Dragon, Illumination. Chapter 1051. Chapter 1051, Bad Temper. Of course, the clan leader has greater expectations for you. Long Yang said, not only does the clan leader want you to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he also wants you to be the young master of the entire dragon race and be revered by all 5 lineages. At that point, Long Yang shook his head. But how is that possible? There's too much of a difference. With your bloodline, it's almost impossible for you to be the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone all 5 lineages of the dragon race. Pausing for a moment, he sighed. It's going to be difficult for you to even gain the recognition of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone be its young master. Su Zimo remained silent. His bloodline was impure and he would definitely encounter many difficulties after entering the Dragonbone Valley. However, as the red-headed ghost said, strength reigned supreme no matter where one went. Su Zimo believed that as long as his body could recover to its original state, he would be able to suppress anyone of the same cultivation realm, even if it was a dragon. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from afar, mixed with faint discussions. Say, that Su Zimo is truly lucky. Even a half-martial ancestor was unable to kill him. That lad has many treasures on him. It's understandable that treasures like the Creation Green Lotus and the Divine Phoenix Bone can defend against a strike from a half-martial ancestor. However, it's useless. Now that all 9 super sects are here, no matter how monstrous he is, he's going to die. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures fluttered their sleeves and rode the wind. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world as they surged over with immense might. This was a pressure and aura that could only be released by someone at the conjoint body realm. 2 conjoint body mighty figures. However, the immense pressure was dissipated by the aura of Long Yang the moment they approached. Long Yang was expressionless as he looked at the two people walking towards him without any intention of giving way. Conjoint body mighty figures were definitely existences that could dominate Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, the two of them came from one of the 9 immortal sects, the strongest of the North region, Glass Palace. When the two conjoint body mighty figures saw that someone was blocking their way, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Their first reaction was to charge over and kill the person blocking their way. However, when the two conjoint body mighty figures approached, they suddenly paused. Even though Long Yang did not take on the form of a dragon, the aura that was released from his body caused the two conjoint body mighty figures to shudder in fear. This aura. The dragon race. The two conjoint body mighty figures were shocked. Both of them exchanged glances and bowed at the same time with a smile. I'm from Glass Palace. Greetings, fellow Daoist of the dragon race. Long Yang's expression was cold and silent. In his eyes, even if the two of them were conjoint body mighty figures, their bloodlines were inferior and he could not be bothered with them. Fellow Daoist of the dragon race, please. The two conjoint body mighty figures did not take offense and opened up a path for Long Yang to pass through first, even greeting him with respectful smiles. They were from Glass Palace and were at the conjoint body realm. They were indeed qualified to dominate the North region. However, they had to lower their heads all the same in the face of a divine dragon from the Dragon Bone Valley. Most importantly, the divine dragon's cultivation seemed to be similar to theirs. This meant that it would be extremely easy for the divine dragon to kill the both of them. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the Rakshasa and God race of the primordial 9 races were all at the Golden Core realm, but they could massacre the paragons of the human race wantonly. Back then, there were very few Golden Cores who could fight against the two alien races. Long Yang harumphed and brought Su Zimo along. The two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace glanced at Su Zimo in his scarlet-haired yin spirit form. Although they found it strange, they did not say anything. They had never seen Su Zimo before. Even if they had, it was impossible for them to recognize him. Right now, Su Zimo's hair was draped over his shoulders and he was covered in scales even up to his cheeks. Even those who had seen him before would not be able to recognize him. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he walked past the two of them with a dark expression. Through the conversation between the two of them, he could vaguely guess that his location at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley had been exposed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been talk of the 9 super sects gathering. The two of them should be conjoint body mighty figures sent by Glass Palace and were prepared to head to the Dragon Burial Valley to hunt him down and kill him. After deducing that, Su Zimo's expression naturally turned grim. After the two Glass Palace conjoint body mighty figures let Long Yang pass, they turned to leave. They heaved a sigh of relief and sped up, wanting to reach the Dragon Burial Valley as soon as possible. Long Yang did not know about the feud between Su Zimo and Glass Palace and the super sects. However, he noticed that Su Zimo's expression did not seem right and could not help but turn to ask, "What's wrong? Was something wrong with those two earlier on?" "Yes, they should be here to cause trouble for me," Su Zimo replied instinctively. Long Yang frowned slightly. "Wait here." Before Su Zimo could react, Long Yang left a sentence and turned to leave. Transforming into his dragon form, he chased after the two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. The speed of Long Yang was way too fast and he caught up to the two of them before long. "Fellow Daoist of the dragon race, you." The two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace had just greeted when they were interrupted by a dragon roar. Roar. The dragon roar reverberated through the world, piercing through metal and rocks, emitting a terrifying lethality that pierced the minds of two mighty figures. "Ah!" Both conjoint body mighty figures cried out in pain at the same time and covered their ears instinctively. Swoosh. In midair, the divine dragon swung its tail and the entire void shattered when its gigantic tail swept over. At the moment when a conjoint body mighty figure was distracted, it struck him heavily. Poof! The conjoint body mighty figure was turned into a blood mist by the dragon tail and his body and spirit were destroyed. He died on the spot. No matter how good Glass Palace was at body tempering, he could not withstand the burst of a divine dragon. The other conjoint body mighty figure turned and fled without hesitation. However, His speed was far inferior to Long Yang. Long Yang shuttled through the clouds, and in less than a dozen breaths, he had already caught up to the person. He lowered his head and extended his claws, pouncing down with a cold glint. Kill. When he knew that he was unable to escape, the conjoint body mighty figure released an unknown dharmic art. Before Su Zimo could see what he conjured, he was chomped by Long Yang. A trace of fresh blood flowed out from the corner of Long Yang's mouth. This conjoint body mighty figure's essence spirit was devoured by Long Yang before it could even escape. In the blink of an eye, 2 conjoint body mighty figures perish. As a member of the Illumination Dragon lineage, Long Yang had a fiery temper and was somewhat violent and impatient. Su Zimo had already witnessed it at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley earlier on. However, he had not expected that Long Yang would turn around and kill the 2 conjoint body mighty figures without saying anything. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost the peak existences in Tianhuang mainland. However, they could not even withstand 3 breaths against Long Yang in his dragon form. This bad temper. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo was dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 1052 Survival. Chapter 1052 Survival. Although Long Yang didn't express it through his attitude, Su Zimo could sense that he was not fully accepted by this expert of the dragon race. That was normal. It was the first time that Long Yang and Su Zimo met, and he did not know anything about the latter's personality, character, past, strength and everything else. In the eyes of Long Yang, Su Zimo was a junior with decent luck and an impure bloodline that the red-headed ghost took a liking to. The reason why Long Yang addressed him as young master as well as explained patiently to him about the status of the dragon race in detail was mainly because of the red-headed ghost. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not expect that a casual statement from him would be able to make this expert of the dragon race attack for him. Furthermore, the might and terror of Long Yang shocked him immensely. This was the strength of the dragon race. Back then, there was a reason why the dragon race was able to dominate the primordial era and be respected by all races. Among the same cultivation realm, human cultivators were almost no match for him. In the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City in the ancient battlefield, it was the same for the paragons of the human race against the Rakshasa and god race of the primordial 9 races. Of course, this did not mean that the human experts were completely inferior to the primordial 9 races. After all, the human race had won the ancient war with great difficulty. The ancient emperors were also existences that could contend against the primordial 9 races. Back then, the human emperor appeared out of nowhere and turned the tides of the ancient war single-handedly, suppressing the experts of the 9 races. How glorious was that? In Su Zimo's heart, it was not as though there were no paragons of the human race who could fight against the primordial 9 races in this lifetime. The Yang Beichen and Extreme Fire that he knew of were existences that could look down on their peers. Demonis Ji had received guidance from Fairy Ling Long and obtained the complete inheritance of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Her future potential was limitless. Ming Zhen had obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Given his pure, innocent heart and comprehension of Buddhism, as long as he could grow, he would definitely possess a high status in the cultivation world. Even little Fatty, Shi Jian, and the others had their own opportunities and could not be underestimated. Instantly, Su Zimo was filled with thoughts. Right then, Long Yang had already returned after killing 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Su Zimo bowed deeply. Long Yang said deeply, "Remember this, even if you don't manage to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage in the future, you are still a part of the dragon race. The dragon race will not tolerate provocation or bullying from another race." Su Zimo nodded. Long Yang thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, don't expect me to help you when you return to the Dragon Bone Valley. We will be surrounded by dragons and you can only depend on yourself if you are bullied." With that said, the 2 of them continued on their way. At the same time, at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, "Master, red-headed ghost, there are cultivators from 8 super sects rushing over here. They have ill intentions and are most likely conjoint body mighty figures." Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit knew about everything the scarlet-haired yin spirit experienced as well. There were initially 9 super sects attacking. With 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace killed by Long Yang, there should be 8 remaining. Perfect timing. The red-headed ghost harumphed coldly and said murderously, "There are rumors outside that this dragon burial valley is an ominous place. Since that's the case, I'll kill as many as they come." "No, we can't." The old monk shook his head. "You've sinned deeply. How can you commit another sin? Furthermore, if these conjoint body mighty figures die here, there'll be no room for negotiation with these 8 major factions. What about Zimmo? He naturally has me protecting him," the red-headed ghost said proudly. "How long can you protect him?" The old monk asked, "Do you want him to stay at the bottom of the dragon burial valley for the rest of his life? He's different from you and me. He's only just entered the void reversion realm. If he's in seclusion here all year round, he won't even be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma characteristic realm, let alone the conjoint body or Mahayana realm. Take Su Zimmo for example. Back when he cultivated for 100 years on Howling Moon Mountain, he was only at mid-stage nascent soul realm and could not advance any further. However, when he went out to adventure and gain experience, he obtained many opportunities. Although he encountered many dangers where his life hung on a thread, he was already at the void reversion realm now. It had only been less than a year. Therefore, cultivation and experience were indispensable for cultivators. What do you want then? The red-headed ghost frowned slightly. These intruders aren't friendly. You're already halfway into the coffin, so don't bother yourself anymore. Although Su Zimmo could not tell the old monk's cultivation realm, he could vaguely sense that the old monk was in his twilight years and his blood chi was gradually declining. When cultivators were in their later years and did not have much lifespan left, if they were to attack forcefully, the greater the expenditure, the faster the loss of blood chi and lifespan. This was not only limited to cultivators, the same logic applied to mortals. All the elderly were extremely weak and their strength could not compare to a teenager. Even a fall could be fatal, let alone an intense movement. Although the red-headed ghost's words were unpleasant, Su Zimmo could tell that he was concerned about the old monk. The old monk lowered his gaze. These conjoint body mighty figures are from the supersects. They shouldn't be unreasonable. Reasonable? The red-headed ghost scoffed. Don't talk about logic. They wouldn't even come knocking if they knew what shame is. The old monk was silent. The red-headed ghost shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "Up to you. I really don't want to be involved in this matter. In any case, this is a matter of the human race. I'm free now. Furthermore, this lad's true body of the dragon race has already headed to the dragon race. It's even better if his black-haired essence spirit dies. In that case, the lad will be a pure dragon. Ha 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 ha." The red-headed ghost reared his head in laughter and swayed his massive body, entering the depths of the cemetery. Accompanied by the sound of chains, he gradually disappeared into the darkness without a sound. The old monk looked at Su Zimmo's black-haired essence spirit and smiled benevolently. "Pack up and follow me." Su Zimmo nodded. There was nothing much to pack. He merely picked up his storage bag and was about to leave. However, he paused and turned to look at the scattered lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves and the empty lotus platform. Suddenly, he felt a sense of reluctance. The losses brought to him by the calamity this time round were not too great. His true body of the dragon race headed to the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate. If he could recover completely, it would be considered a blessing in disguise and his combat strength would be even more terrifying in the future. The only pity was the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus had accompanied him for more than 100 years and he had nurtured it for the same duration as well. It had just matured as a grade 6 when it was dealt with such a huge blow. It was almost impossible for it to be reborn. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimmo decided to collect the broken and lifeless lotus stems and leaves and put them into his storage bag still. When he picked up the empty lotus platform, Su Zimmo exclaimed softly. The green lotus platform was intact without any damage at all. Although the petals of the lotus platform had already fallen, the 54 lotus seeds were still there. Furthermore, they were emitting a faint glow with a hint of life. Chapter 1053 Arrival of Mighty Figures. Chapter 1053, Arrival of Mighty Figures. Di Yin died and an ancestral realm expert attacked to kill Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal's fate was unknown as he escaped. It had only been 3 days since that incident. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar and almost every cultivator and sect was discussing this matter. Unknowingly, news spread. Desolate Marshal was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. On this day, 4 uninvited guests arrived above the Great Chen ruins. An old man stood with his hands behind his back. Although his face was filled with wrinkles, his gaze was extremely sharp. Another cultivator did not look old and seemed to be in his teens. However, there was a look of vicissitude in his eyes. The third person was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified expression and his eyes shone brightly as lightning surrounded him and his aura rumbled. The fourth was a female cultivator with a long sword on her back. She had a sharp gaze and aura that seemed like it could slice the world into 2. 4 uninvited guests, 1 old and 1 young, a man and a woman. The 4 of them had different attires and auras, but they had one thing in common: they were all conjoint body mighty figures. The old man was from Heavenly Dipper sect. Although the youth looked young, he was actually thousands of years old and came from Chaos Essence sect. The man was from Zephyr Thunder Palace while the woman was from Sword sect. None of them were nobodies to be able to cultivate to that realm. When the 4 of them met, they had to exchange pleasantries. So, this is the legendary Great Chen Empire. Chaos Essence sect's youth surveyed his surroundings with a spirited gaze. Chaos Essence sect was located in the Middle Continent and he had just advanced to the conjoint body realm, so this was his first time here. Unfortunately, the empire that was so prosperous 10,000 years ago was destroyed overnight and reduced to ruins. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently, "I heard that it was destroyed by an evil dragon?" The Chaos Essence sect youth asked. He had already reached the conjoint body realm several years ago and was considered quite a monster incarnate. He was not even born when the catastrophe happened. Even the man from Zephyr Thunder Palace and the woman from Sword sect knew very little about it, let alone him. They only knew about it in legends. Among the 4 of them, only the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect witnessed the catastrophe. It was an evil ancestral level dragon. Not a half ancestral level, but a full proper one. It was entirely red and came from the Illumination dragon lineage. The old man's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Although it was 10,000 years ago, he seemed to still feel a sense of fear as he said in a deep voice, "The combat strength of that evil ancestral level dragon was terrifying and it could even fight against emperors without being disadvantaged." The Chaos Essence sect youth said, "So what if he's strong?" He was still suppressed completely by the patriarch of our sect's Di clan, Fufu. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect chuckled and did not argue. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" The Chaos Essence sect youth frowned. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect pursed his lips. That ancestral-level evil dragon destroyed the Great Chen Empire and 2 super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, single-handedly. He killed many conjoint body mighty figures and even a few Mahayana patriarchs. So, the Chaos Essence sect youth continued asking. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said, "Therefore, if not for the fact that the evil dragon and the Dharma Emperor fought till both sides were injured, the patriarch of the Di clan would not have dared to appear, much less succeed." Bullshit. Chaos Essence sect's youth's expression turned cold. "Old man, be careful with your words. A Mahayana patriarch is not someone you can criticize. Guys, why are you arguing over such a small matter?" The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said indifferently, "We're here for something important. Naturally, we should work together." "That's right." The female cultivator of Sword sect nodded. "I heard that there's a monk from the 2 major monasteries who survived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and he's a Mahayana patriarch. If we want to capture Desolate Marshal, we have to get past him first." Phew. Chaos Essence sect's youth pouted. What's so scary about an old man whose blood chi is deteriorating and his lifespan is almost up? His words naturally had a double meaning. On the surface, he was referring to the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, He was actually mocking the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect. TSK, since you guys from the Immortal sects like to argue so much, you might as well fight it out. A sinister laughter sounded from afar. Immediately after, a pitch-black malevolent chi appeared and transformed into a figure in front of the four of them. Malevolent Earth sect's mighty figure. Beside the malevolent Earth sect mighty figure, the void distorted and a blurry figure appeared with a terrifying aura that was extremely dangerous. Hidden Death sect's mighty figure. In the blink of an eye, 6 conjoint body mighty figures were gathered. Amitabha. Right then, a Buddhist proclamation sounded. In the distant horizon, a plain-robed monk strode over. Although he seemed extremely slow, he arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Formless Monastery's mighty figure. All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint fragrance that was extremely pleasant. However, the 7 mighty figures present frowned and their expressions changed as they held their breaths in unison. A coquettish female cultivator flew over from the air. She wore colorful clothes that were extremely beautiful and emitted a fragrance. If one focused their attention, they would discover that the colorful patterns on the clothes of the female cultivator were moving on their own. Poison sect's mighty figure. There were countless poisonous substances hidden on her body. The conjoint body mighty figures of the 8 super sects had arrived. Everyone from the middle continent has already arrived. Glass Palace is located in the north region and is the closest to this place. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The Chaos Essence sect youth asked with a frown. Hee. The mighty figure of Poison sect laughed coquettishly. I've just received news that the 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace were unlucky. For some reason, they got into a conflict with a dragon race expert and were killed. All the conjoint body mighty figures present frowned with grim expressions. The mighty figure of Poison sect smiled. Everyone, don't worry. I heard that the dragon race expert has already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley and has nothing to do with this. Everyone's expressions softened. I heard that the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley is an extremely ominous place. Our fellow Taoists from Glass Palace Shore are unlucky to meet with misfortunes before they even arrived. Haha. The Chaos Essence sect youth laughed. Initially, he wanted to ease the tension and mood. Unexpectedly, after he said that, the expressions of all the mighty figures present change. Instinctively, everyone recalled the many legends of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was said that even conjoint body mighty figures did not manage to make it out alive in the past. Everyone, since we're already here, we can't return empty-handed. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said, I heard that the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley has a weakened blood chi and is on the brink of death. We don't have to worry. That's right. Let's go. 8 conjoint body mighty figures flashed and whistled through the skies above the great Chen ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. A heavy fog filled the Dragon Burial Valley. All 8 of them were conjoint body mighty figures and channeled their mental cultivation techniques respectively. Their gazes shone brightly with divine lights. The divine lights entered the thick fog and disappeared quickly without causing any ripples. The fog was formed from the grudges and blood chi of countless experts during the catastrophe 10,000 years ago and could block one's spirit consciousness and vision. Patrons, you have traveled a long way. Do forgive me for not being able to welcome you guys since I'm old. Right then, a voice sounded from the bottom of the valley. Chapter 1054, Confrontation. Chapter 1054, Confrontation. There was indeed someone at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. For the past 10,000 years, there were endless legends about the Dragon Burial Valley. As some experts entered the Dragon Burial Valley and did not return, it added to the mysteriousness of the place. Nobody knew what was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Nobody knew what secrets were hidden in the Dragon Burial Valley. However, everything could be revealed today. At the thought that the treasures and secret manuals of the 2 super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, were most likely at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the gazes of the 8 conjoint body mighty figures turned fervent. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect raised his voice. My Dao title is Sui Han and I was fortunate enough to witness the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. May I know which monastery you came from, Reverend? What's your title? My dharmic title is Yuan Bei. The old monk's voice sounded from the bottom of the valley, calm and peaceful. Yuan Bei was once the abbot of Daming Monastery. Later on, he went into seclusion and finally broke through to the Mahayana realm, becoming the Grand Elder of Daming Monastery. So, it's Patriarch Yuan Bei. I've heard a lot about you. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently. The mighty figure of Malevolent Earth sect chuckled. Monk Yuan Bei, to think that you're still alive. Your fellow sect mates have already gone through reincarnation. Why aren't you accompanying them? Old monk. Chaos Essence sect's youth shouted, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. You know very well why we're here. Hand him over. Now that you're in your twilight years, you won't be able to protect him. Although they were a major cultivation realm apart, the tone of Chaos Essence sect's youth and the others was not polite at all. Firstly, they had the advantage in numbers. Secondly, Patriarch Yuan Bei was on the brink of death and his blood chi was weak. If a true battle were to break out, he might not be able to hold out for long before he died. Of course, at that cultivation realm, none of them were reckless. The 8 of them arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley where the fog was thick, but none of them jumped down casually. The 8 of you must be here for my disciple, right? Monk Yuan Bei said indifferently, I already know about what happened in the Dao inheritance ground. However, I don't know what he did wrong to cause 8 patrons of the conjoint body realm to appear at the same time. Chaos Essence sect's youth said coldly, that desolate martial kid is bloodthirsty. He massacred the paragons of our human race in the Dao inheritance ground without restraint. He deserves to die. In the cultivation world, it's common to fight and kill. There are many deaths that happened because of single disagreements as well. Monk Yuan Bei said, since when does a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm require the seniors of the sect to step in? Don't tell me that there aren't even such rules in the cultivation world now. Even though Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was still a Mahayana patriarch and his tone was solemn. Even though the 8 conjoint body mighty figures were standing on top of the Dragon Burial Valley and were separated by 100,000 feet, they could still feel the pressure. To be fair, if Su Zimo was backed by the 9 Immortal sects, 7 Fiend sects or one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, none of that would have happened. For example, although Di Yin was domineering and unrestrained, the titular disciples of the major sects would not take the initiative to provoke him. That was because Di Yin was backed by Chaos Essence sect. That was the reason why Su Zimo could be surrounded by so many titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground. At the end of the day, it was because he had no backing. It was fine to kill such a paragon and monster incarnate since it would not cause any powerful figures to appear nor would it affect them. Furthermore, Su Zimo had way too many treasures on him. However, none of the major sects or titular disciples expected that Su Zimo would be so terrifying and domineering that he would step on their corpses to establish his Dao heart and shock Tianhuang mainland. Patriarch Yuan Bei, you're wrong. Suddenly, the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect laughed. The feud between Desolate Marshal and the titular disciples is not a fight between those of the same cultivation realm. It's a fight between an alien race and the human race. Desolate Marshal is from an alien race. In the Dao inheritance ground, he slaughtered the paragons of the human race and everyone has the right to punish him. The female cultivator from Sword sect said coldly as well, old monk, Daming Monastery was once one of the Buddhist monasteries as well. To think that you would accept a being of another race as your disciple before your death. You're old and muddle-headed. If I were you, I would execute justice and kill this lad personally to appease the dead human paragons. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace was aggressive as well. We have to be wary of anyone that's not from the same race as us. Formless Monastery's mighty figure lamented softly, fellow Daoist Yuan Bei, please hand over Desolate Marshal. As for your Daming Monastery's inheritance, if you trust me, Formless Monastery will pass it down for you. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo stayed by Monk Yuan Bei's side. When he heard that, his eyes flashed with mockery. They had barely said a few words and the monk from Formless Monastery was already impatient, revealing his greedy and ugly face. "Patrons, if you're here to kill someone from another race, please leave." Monk Yuan Bei replied indifferently, "My disciple's essence spirit is the essence spirit of a human. It is only his body that is mixed with the bloodline of another race. But now, his body is destroyed and is only left with an essence spirit. If he reconstructs his body, he'll be a true human." At that point, Su Zimo finally understood. He knew why the old monk agreed to let his scarlet-haired yin spirit head to the Dragonbone Valley. Apart from the full recovery of his physical body, more importantly, it should be for his future. As the old monk had said, as long as he reconstructed his body, he would be a human. From this day forth, no sect, faction or cultivator in Tianhuang mainland could use that fact against him. Coupled with the protection of him, Extreme Fire and the others of 100 Refinement sect, his situation in the cultivation world would be much better and he wouldn't have to hide anymore. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others frowned and their expressions turned terrible. They knew that with Patriarch Yuan Bei's level, status and identity as a Buddhist, there was no way he would lie about this. In other words, Su Zimo's body was indeed crippled. In that case, the 8 of them could no longer use the excuse of slaying demons. No matter what, he has to be accountable for killing so many titular disciples in the Tao inheritance ground. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said in a deep voice. "Accountable for?" Monk Yuan Bei asked instead. "Your titular disciples tried to kill others but were killed instead. What else do you guys want?" "Old monk, we won't return empty-handed. If you don't hand him over, don't blame us for barging into your Dragon Burial Valley." Chaos Essence Sect's youth's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley with a murderous aura. "I don't have much time left." Monk Yuan Bei said indifferently, "However, if you guys dare to take half a step across the Dragon Burial Valley, I can bury the 8 of you at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley even at the cost of my life. Anyone who could cultivate to the Mahayana realm would have their hands stained with endless blood, even if they were Buddhist." Every single Mahayana patriarch was a man of his word. Chaos Essence Sect's youth and the others frowned and froze on the spot. For a moment, none of them dared to step forward and provoke a single patriarch in his twilight years. "A bunch of trash." A cold voice sounded without warning and a crack appeared in the void not far away. A figure walked out with a powerful and violent aura. Chapter 1055, Killing to Stop Killing. Chapter 1055, Killing to Stop Killing. At the side of Dragon Burial Valley, the expressions of many conjoint body mighty figures change. Space teleportation. The ability to tear through space and teleport through foreign lands was one of the divine powers that only Mahayana patriarchs could master. The aura of the cultivator before him was terrifying and had indeed surpassed the conjoint body realm. However, it seemed like he had yet to reach the true Mahayana realm. A half-martial ancestor. In the minds of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, the news of the half-martial ancestor who attacked to kill Desolate Marshal 3 days ago flashed through their minds. Right then, Chaos Essence Sect's youth hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, Elder DI Fan." True enough. A half-martial ancestor of the DI clan. Everyone understood. DI Fan swept his cold gaze across the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others with an endless might. A conjoint body mighty figure was almost a top-tier expert in the cultivation world. However, against a half-martial ancestor, they still had to bow down and submit. It was clear that this half-martial ancestor DI Fan had already mastered the power of divine powers. Otherwise, there was no way he could tear through space and teleport over. "Greetings, half-martial ancestor DI Fan." Although the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were called trash by DI Fan, none of them dared to show any displeasure. All of them went forward and cupped their fists. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo looked at Monk Yuan Bei beside him with a worried expression. The best scenario would be to intimidate the other party without even making a move. However, now that DI Fan had arrived, the situation was clearly turning for the worse. Given the current state of Monk Yuan Bei, his blood chi was weak and even if he attacked with his full strength, He might not be able to defend against a half-martial ancestor in his peak. Di Fan said coldly, to think that you guys would be scared to such an extent against an old monk on the brink of death. How shameful. Scatter. Di Fan hollered. The thick fog that surrounded the valley began to spread to the side and thinned. Even the ancient temple at the bottom of the valley could vaguely be seen. Indeed, such a method was beyond Suzimo's understanding. That was a divine power, Fufu, a half-martial ancestor that attacked a void reversion. Not only did you fail, you even have the cheek to come knocking. You sure are shameless. Indeed, there's nothing good about anyone from the Di bloodline. A sneer sounded from the backyard of the ancient temple, filled with mockery and disdain. Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that voice. As that voice sounded, the thick fog that was about to disperse was restored and stacked together, separating the bottom of the valley from the top. Di Fan narrowed his eyes. Apart from Monk Yuan Bei, there was someone else at the bottom of the valley. How dare a coward like you mock me? Di Fan sneered. Who are you? State your name. I, Di Fan, will not kill a nobody. Little brat, you think you're worthy of knowing my name? The voice at the bottom of the valley sounded. Di Fan was in rage. As a half-martial ancestor, it was a humiliation for him to be scolded as such. Di Fan leaped and was about to charge into the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Cling. Clang. Right then, the sound of heavy chains sounded from the depths of the valley. Swoosh. Before Di Fan's figure could fall, a black shadow darted out from the thick fog and attacked him. Everyone focused their attention. It was a chain that was as thick as an arm. It was rusted and there was nothing special about it. Shatter. Di Fan stood in the air and summoned a dark golden truncheon. The 6 lights on it shone brightly and it was filled with a terrifying aura as it smashed towards the chains. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That truncheon looked like a carnate mighty figure dharmic weapon. However, in reality, there was already an aura of a divine power emanating from it. This meant that the dharmic weapon was evolving towards a dharmic treasure. The weapon of a Mahayana patriarch was a dharmic treasure. Dharmic treasures could withstand the power of divine powers and possessed terrifying might. They could shatter dharmic weapons with ease. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the chain and the truncheon collided with a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. The entire space trembled as a tremendous power burst forth, tearing the void apart. Di Fan froze in midair. The entire space and time seemed to have stopped. Elder Di Fan, let me help you. Chaos Essence Sect's youth was the first to react. He strode forward and reached out with a gigantic hand, grabbing towards the thick chain that extended from the fog. Di Fan's back was facing him. If he could see Di Fan's expression, he would definitely regret his actions. Poof. Suddenly, Di Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood drained from his face and a blood mist burst forth from his body as he fell backward. The conjoint body mighty figures present were shocked. A half-martial ancestor was severely injured from a single collision. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh sounded from the bottom of the valley. How dare a little brat of the Di clan come out and embarrass himself with such method? Di Fan did not want to refute at all. Without hesitation, he retreated and tore the void with his backhand, disappearing into the darkness in a flash. The rift in the void closed gradually. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others looked at Chaos Essence sect's youth instinctively. At that moment, Chaos Essence sect's youth's palm had just touched the gigantic chain. By the time he saw the changes around him, it was too late for him to stop. Cling. Clang. The chain shook and collided against Chaos Essence sect's youth's palm. Right in front of the conjoint body mighty figures, Chaos Essence sect's youth's palm was turned into a mist of blood by a slight vibration from the chain. The immense power spread along his arm. Poof. 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 The Chaos Essence sect youth's arm was ruptured and snapped inch by the remaining energy released from the vibration of the chain. Ah! The Chaos Essence sect youth shrieked and retreated, spilling endless blood along the way. Cling. Clang. The chain was filled with killing intent as though it had a mind of its own as it chased after him. The Chaos Essence sect youth was so scared that his face turned pale. He had no way of resisting against the power of the chain. Boom! The chain fell and the ground trembled, splitting Chaos Essence sect's youth into two as his flesh flew everywhere. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm. But now, Chaos Essence sect's youth's body and essence spirit were shattered by the chains and he couldn't be deader. A conjoint body mighty figure was smashed to death by a chain and his body and spirit were destroyed. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were so scared that they did not dare to move at all. They felt their hairs stand on end and their limbs turned cold. They were afraid that they would be killed by the chain if they acted rashly. However, for some unknown reason, the chain came to a sudden stop. Under the horrified gazes of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, it gradually retracted back into the thick fog. Everyone panted heavily as though they had been pardoned. They had never felt that way before. Death was extremely close to them. As long as that chain continued its pursuit, the few of them would not be able to escape death. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Monk Yuan Bei reached out and grabbed the red-headed ghost's chain. "Old monk, why are you stopping me? Your methods won't work here. Against these people that only dare to bully the meek, you have to kill them to stop them from killing," the red-headed ghost said coldly. Monk Yuan Bei said, "It's enough to intimidate them. If we kill them all, there won't be peace in the Dragon Burial Valley in the future." Chapter 1056, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Chapter 1056, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Patrons, Zimo is the only successor of Daming Monastery. Monk Yuan Bei said in a deep voice, "His body is destroyed and there's no trace of the demon race on him. You guys can head back. Farewell." The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others exchanged glances without any hesitation. It was already a blessing that they were able to survive the terrifying chain. How would they dare to continue being insolent? "Hold on." Right then, an extremely arrogant voice sounded from the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was the expert who mocked Defy earlier on. There was a high chance that it was the owner of the chain. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others shuddered and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Given the strength of the owner of the chain, there was no way they could escape if he wanted to kill them. When Desolate Marshal enters the cultivation world in the future and fights someone of the same cultivation realm, I'll definitely not bother. If he loses and dies, it's because he's not skilled enough and is inferior to others. The tone of the voice at the bottom of the valley changed suddenly and was filled with killing intent. However, if anyone of a higher cultivation realm wants to bully him, don't blame me for attacking. The hearts of the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others skipped a beat. If he was not wrong, the person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley should be a Mahayana patriarch. Even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries might not be able to withstand the frenzied revenge of a Mahayana patriarch. Of course. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others did not dare to disobey and agreed right away. Actually, in their hearts, this was not an entirely fruitless trip. At the very least, something was proved. Although Desolate Marshal was still alive, the number 1 monster incarnate of history had already become a thing of the past. They had heard of the rumors over the years. What Desolate Marshal relied on the most was a terrifying body that could even suppress pure-blooded ferocious beast. But now, his body was destroyed. Monk Yuan Bei said that there was no trace of the demon race in his body. This meant that the divine phoenix bone in Desolate Marshal's body was crippled as well. Furthermore, that lad's destiny dharmic weapon, the creation Green Lotus, was destroyed by half-martial ancestor Di Fan, and many cultivators of the Dao inheritance ground saw it. His physical body, divine phoenix bone, destiny dharmic weapon and the many trump cards that he relied on the most in the past were all destroyed. Even if Desolate Marshal was not dead, he had already fallen from grace and was no longer a threat to them. Even if Desolate Marshal could reconstruct his body, he would only have the combat strength of an ordinary void reversion. Any paragon in their sect would be able to kill him. The fact that the conjoint body mighty figures of the 9 major sects charged into Dragon Burial Valley only to return in defeat with 3 of them dead naturally attracted countless guesses. However, News spread quickly. Although Desolate Marshal was not dead, he lost his physical body and divine phoenix bone. The creation Green Lotus had already shattered. Desolate Marshal's other identity was the successor of Daming Monastery, and he had the backing of a Mahayana patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch did not have much lifespan left and could not live for long. To think that the Tao inheritance ground battle would end in such a manner. That's right. A total of 8 titular disciples have fallen, including Desolate Marshal. That's 9 of them. Desolate Marshal isn't dead. I heard that his essence spirit was preserved. Do you think there's any difference between Desolate Marshal surviving with one essence spirit and dying? Sigh, what a pity. He was known as the #1 monster incarnate throughout history and stepped on the corpses of many titular disciples to establish his Tao heart. He wanted to impart Marshal to all living beings. In the end, he was destroyed by a half-Marshal ancestor and ended up in such a tragic state. What a pity. For a long time after that, the cultivation world was discussing this matter. The cultivation world was in an uproar. However, Su Zimo's scarlet-haired yin spirit had already followed Long Yang to their destination, Dragon Bone Valley. Now that he was back here, Su Zimo had a different feeling. After passing through the vast sea of bones, they arrived at the tall mountain peak that they had been to before. Long Yang waved his sleeves gently and swept Su Zimo's scarlet-haired yin spirit up. Leaping into the air, he crossed the peak and sped forward. Su Zimo looked down. Behind the mountain peak were ancient forests and towering mountain peaks that exuded a primitive aura. Back then, he thought that he had already entered the Dragon Bone Valley. In reality, the mountain that he and Night Spirit ascended was merely the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley. After a while, Su Zimo was invigorated. Not far ahead, mountain peaks that towered into the clouds rose and fell, forming a long and tall mountain range that was extremely spectacular. From afar, the mountain range looked like a divine dragon that was hibernating on the ground with its head and tail connected. In the middle of the mountain range was a gigantic valley that was extremely vast and almost seemed endless. Looking down, one could clearly see that there were 6 different regions in the valley. Red, green, yellow, gold, silver and a grey region. Among them, the green region occupied the largest area and the grey region the smallest. It was located at the corner of the valley while the other 4 regions were similar. Right then, Long Yang said, although the 6 dragon lineages belong to the dragon race, there's a clear distinction between them. The largest region in the green area is the habitat of the blue dragon lineage. Previously, he had heard from Long Yang that the blue dragon lineage had the most azure dragon bloodline. Therefore, generally speaking, the blue dragon lineage was the strongest. The red region belongs to our illumination dragon lineage. Long Yang pointed below and said, as for that grey area, it's the mixed dragon lineage. Your mount is only qualified to head there if it can transform into a WM. Su Zimo nodded and continued observing. He had just arrived and everything he saw was extremely novel. This was a civilization from the primordial era. Unlike the human race, this was a civilization that once ruled over Tianhuang mainland. The 6 regions formed a circle. There was a large empty space in the middle with many ancient buildings. The most obvious thing was a thick stone pillar that shot into the skies at the center. It was ancient and mysterious, having existed for countless years and exuding endless vicissitude. A divine dragon was carved on the stone pillar. It was lifelike and exuded an endless might. Su Zimo merely took a glance at it and felt like prostrating instantly. The strangest thing was that the divine dragon had 5 claws on its abdomen. Normally speaking, there were 4 claws on the abdomen of a dragon. This was the first time Su Zimo had seen a 5-clawed divine dragon, and it was on this ancient and thick stone pillar. This is the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Long Yang said in a deep voice, when a dragon grows to a certain age or a cultivation realm like the equivalent of the Dharma characteristic realm of the human race, they will come here to receive the ancestral dragon's baptism to awaken their innate divine power. What's up with the 5-clawed divine dragon? Su Zimo asked curiously. A normal dragon has 4 claws under its abdomen. Long Yang said, only the king of the dragon race with the strongest bloodline would be able to produce a 5th claw. In this lifetime, The blue dragon race has already given birth to a 5-clawed divine dragon. If nothing goes wrong, that blue dragon will become the young master of the 5 dragon lineages. Chapter 1057, Difficult Situation. Chapter 1057, Difficult Situation. Many important locations of the dragon race are located in the middle of this region. The primordial divine spring where you're going to heal is also here. Long Yang pointed at the region beneath him. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and landed on an extremely wide stone platform not far away. There were 2 divine dragons fighting on it, and every single collision caused the void to tremble. The 2 divine dragons were covered in injuries. Each time they swiped their dragon claws, a shocking wound would appear on their bodies as dragon scales fell one after another. The entire protruding stone platform was splattered with blood. Some of them were already dried and stained the stone platform dark brown. The battle between the 2 divine dragons was extremely tragic, as though they had a deep feud. That's the dragon blood battlefield. Long Yang's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, "You have to remember one thing. Within the dragon race, conflicts can break out at any moment regardless of the lineage region you're in. The elders of the dragon race have never interfered in the conflicts between juniors. In fact, they even maintain an encouraging attitude. As long as your cultivation realms are the same, you can fight at any time." Su Zimo nodded. This was different from the cultivation world. Among the factions and sects of the cultivation world, mutual care between fellow sect mates was advocated and infighting wasn't encouraged. Even if there were truly conflicts and grudges, they would be at a fixed location and it was impossible for cultivators to fight at any moment. If that happened, the entire sect would be in chaos. However, the civilization of the dragon race encouraged clashes between their own race. Their bodies and minds were molded through the constant strife to allow themselves to grow stronger. Long Yang said, "Of course, essence spirit secret skills are not permitted to be released in conflicts within these habitats, nor are they allowed to revert to their dragon forms. Once essence spirit secret skills were released or they reverted to their dragon forms, it would be a life and death battle." Long Yang pointed to the battlefield where the 2 divine dragons were fighting not far away. "If you want to fight to the death, you have to enter the dragon blood battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, you don't have to care about life and death." Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Dragons are rare and reproduction is extremely difficult. Why aren't life and death battles being stopped?" Long Yang replied indifferently, "If a race fears death and is cowardly, they will only be enslaved by other races no matter how many of them are produced." Su Zimo nodded silently. In the ancient era, if not for those human experts who were unafraid of death and continued advancing, the human race might not have been able to escape the fate of being enslaved by the 10,000 race. "I'll take you back to the Illumination dragon lineage first," Long Yang said as he swept up Su Zimo's scarlet-haired yin spirit and descended towards the red region not far away. The temperature in the habitat of the Illumination dragon race was clearly higher. Every single building was etched with dragon-shaped flames that were unusually agile. Although this was ordered by the clan leader, we still have to get the elders to agree to it. Long Yang said, "Follow me to meet the elders of the Illumination dragon race later on. Even if you suffer any grievances, don't speak nonsense. Just bear with it and listen by the side." Su Zimo nodded. After all, the red-headed ghost had left the dragon race for 10,000 years. Even if he was alive, his words would not carry much weight in the Illumination dragon lineage. For the time being, Su Zimo condensed a dharmic power physical body and entered the hall with Long Yang after donning green robes. Right in front of the main hall, 3 old men sat on a high seat in the middle. They did not look young and had grey hair. However, every single old man was hale and hearty and their eyes shone brightly. The 3 old men exuded a faint dignified aura. It was clear that they were people who had held high positions for a long time. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 rows of dragons, male and female. There were more than 10 of them and they looked younger, similar to the seniority of Long Yang. "Greetings, elders." Long Yang advanced and paid his respects. "Those 3 are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders of the Illumination dragon lineage." At the same time, Long Yang whispered to Suzimo behind him. Where is he? Since he's still alive, why didn't he return with you? Elder 3 asked indifferently with a dignified expression. Clan leader said that it's not time yet. Long Yang recounted the excuse given to him by the red-headed ghost and continued, in addition, the clan leader said that he will no longer occupy the title of Illumination and will leave it to the juniors to fight for it. In that case, our Illumination Dragon will have to select a young master as well. That's right. The candidates for the young masters of this generation's blue, horned, winged and hornless dragons have been decided. Our lineage is the only one undecided. The men and women in the hall started discussing. Elder 4 looked benevolent as he looked at Long Yang and asked with concern, how is Long Ran? Has his injuries recovered? Long Ran was the name of the red-headed ghost. The clan leader seems to be in a good condition. Thank you for your concern, Elder 4, Long Yang replied. Suzimo had a much better impression of Elder 4. Among the many dragons, the only one who truly cared about the red-headed ghost was Elder 4. What's with the young man beside you? Elder 3 asked. Long Yang replied, Elder 3, this lad's name is Long Mo and he has the bloodline of the clan leader flowing in his body. The clan leader views him as a son and now, I've brought him back. His essence spirit is injured. Why is his body gone? With a single glance, Elder 4 could tell that Suzimo was only left with his essence spirit and his physical body was not present. This was merely one formed with dharmic powers. Long Yang took out Suzimo's body and said, his body has been crippled by a human half-martial ancestor and there's no life left in it. The clan leader wants him to return and head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. When Elder 2 sensed Suzimo's bloodline aura, he frowned in displeasure. Immediately, someone stood out in the hall and said coldly, that person's bloodline is extremely mixed. Even if he has Long Ran's bloodline, he can't be considered as part of the Illumination Dragon lineage. A bloodline like that can only be considered as a remnant beast. He's not even qualified to enter this place and he wants to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. How is that possible? It's rare to get a spot to heal from the primordial divine spring. We can't give it to a crossbred bastard like him. Some of the dragons spoke with heated language. Long Yang glared at the surroundings and shouted, he's the son of the clan leader. How is he not qualified? Fufu, let alone a bastard, even if his Long Yang who died prematurely, he won't be able to go to the primordial divine spring just because he wants to. A dragon sneered. Suzimo had once heard the red-headed ghost mention Yanga. It seemed like he was not wrong. Long Yang should be the son of the red-headed ghost who unfortunately suffered a premature death. He did not know what this had to do with the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Another dragoness said, even if he's the son of Long Ran, he's not the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage. Why should he go to the primordial divine spring? The dragon race was extremely reluctant to accept an outsider with mixed blood like him. Let alone accept him to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. The situation that Suzimo was facing was even more difficult than he had imagined. Even if the red-headed ghost came back personally, he might not be able to go against everyone's wishes and let him enter the primordial divine spring, let alone Long Yang. Chapter 1058 Any objections? Chapter 1058 Any objections? Long Yang looked at the three elders and said in a deep voice, the clan leader has instructed us to bring Long Mo to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. Please permit it, elders. Sigh. Elder 4 let out a long sigh with a hint of sadness in his eyes as he said softly, his heart broken after losing his son and wife. For the past 10,000 years, he's been living in that abyss and I don't know what sort of torture he's endured. Since he thinks so highly of this lad, let's agree to his request. Elder 3 seemed to have recalled some of the past as well and nodded with a rueful expression. Elder 2 was still frowning. However, when he noticed the attitude of the two elders beside him, he closed his eyes and acknowledged it in silence. Long Yang was delighted and urged softly, hurry and thank the three elders. Thank you, elders. Suzimo went forward and bowed in thanks. Thereafter, he looked at Long Yang and reminded softly, Uncle Yang, You haven't told the three elders about Solitary Cloud. We can't care about that anymore. Long Yang shook his head. We are already under such immense pressure just to send you into the primordial divine spring. How can we care about him? Furthermore, he's not blood-related to the clan leader. Su Zimo frowned. In their eyes, Solitary Cloud was just an unrelated person. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, Solitary Cloud was someone he could not abandon. Elders. Turning around, Su Zimo suddenly said, I have a favor to ask of you three elders. Long Yang's expression changed. What? Elder 4 looked at Su Zimo with a friendly gaze and asked with a smile. My mount is a ferocious WM. In order to save me this time round, he was severely injured and is on the brink of death. I hope that the three of you will allow this WM to accompany me to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. Su Zimo had to declare this matter. It did not matter how great the pressure ahead was. Elder 2, who initially had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Two beams of divine light shot out from his dragon eyes and landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo's dharmic powers and body were almost destroyed. Elder 3's expression darkened as well. Even Elder 4's expression froze and he frowned, looking troubled. What is that lad trying to do? He's trying to wreak havoc in the world before even returning to our lineage. Even a serpent WM won't be qualified to enter the primordial divine spring, let alone a WM. You're pushing your luck and don't know what's good for you. If even a WM can enter the primordial divine spring, all of us from the dragon race are qualified. The primordial divine spring would have dried up long ago. A huge commotion broke out in the crowd. Long Yang sighed and looked at Su Zimo with disappointment. He knew nothing about Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo's current performance was akin to a young man who did not know when to advance or retreat and could not see the situation clearly. His performance is way too poor. I really don't know what the clan leader sees in him. Long Yang had a preconceived opinion towards Su Zimo and got more disappointed the more he thought about it. Long Mo, your request is impossible. Elder 3 shook his head slowly. Elder 4 wanted to speak but hesitated. He wanted to help plead but did not know where to start. This matter was truly against the rules of the clan. Su Zimo had already expected that. With a calm expression, he said in a deep voice, since that's the case, I'll give my mount the chance to head to the primordial divine spring. Ridiculous. Elder 3 hollered. Elder 2's expression turned cold as he said slowly, Junior, what do you think the primordial divine spring is? Do you think you can give it up just like that? Let me tell you right now, even you don't have the right to head to the primordial divine spring. Long Yang, chase this arrogant and ignorant fool out of the Dragon Bone Valley for the rest of his life. Otherwise, kill him without mercy. Elder 2, please show mercy. Long Yang knelt on the ground hurriedly. No matter how displeased he was with Su Zimo, he had to do his best to complete the red-headed ghost's request. Second brother. Elder 4 could not help but call out softly. Elder 2's expression was cold as he waved his hand. There's no room for negotiation. If not for Long Ran, I would have killed him long ago. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly with a calm expression. Even if he knew the outcome, he had to stand out and fight for Solitary Cloud's sliver of hope for survival. Even if he was chased out today and lost the chance to repair his body, he would not regret it. Red-headed ghost, sorry to disappoint you. Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The main reason why the red-headed ghost had this arrangement was because he valued Su Zimo's potential and wanted the latter to become a dragon. If there was truly any conflict between Su Zimo and the dragons in the future, he would at least be able to ease things with this true body around. Unfortunately, it was still difficult for the dragons to accept him as one of their own. Su Zimo said indifferently, since I'm not welcomed here, I won't disturb you guys any further. Farewell. The life preservation elixir could only keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month. Right now, there were only a few days left. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and find another way. Hold on. Right then, an old voice sounded from the back of the hall. Immediately after, a strange sound could be heard. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds were heard and a hunched figure appeared from the back of the hall. He had white hair and his face was filled with wrinkles, wielding a curved fiery red walking stick as he hobbled over. The strange sounds came from the old man's walking stick hitting the ground. Grand Elder. When they saw who it was, the dragons who were initially seated in the hall, including the 3 elders, stood up and greeted respectfully. Yes. With every step the Grand Elder took, he would pause for a moment before replying. His eyes were cloudy as he shifted his gaze towards Suzimo, who was not far away. For some unknown reason, Suzimo felt that the moment the Grand Elder's gaze landed on him, he felt as though he was being read like a book. He could hide no secret. Child, stay. The Grand Elder said. Many dragons were shocked. The Grand Elder's status in the Illumination dragon race was unique and could not be compared to anyone else. Even the clan leader had to discuss many things with the Grand Elder. The moment the Grand Elder said that, it meant that no one could chase Suzimo away. Long Yang was delighted and replied hurriedly, "Thank you, Grand Elder." As he said that, he pushed Suzimo to express his thanks. Suzimo met the Grand Elder's gaze and suddenly said, "My mount is a WM. I have to be with him." "Yes, head to the primordial divine spring together." The Grand Elder replied casually. The dragons were in an uproar. "Big brother, you." Elder 2 was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. To him, this made no sense at all. "Grand Elder, this is against the rules. Grand Elder, should you reconsider?" Instantly, a commotion broke out in the hall. Dong. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's walking stick landed on the ground with a dull thud in the hall. Instantly, silence reigned. None of the dragons dared to make a single sound. The Grand Elder hunched his body and his turbid eyes darted across the hall slowly. "This is my decision. Anyone has any objections?" The dragons remained silent. Nobody dared to meet the Grand Elder's gaze. Chapter 1059 Dragon Races Test. Chapter 1059 Dragon Races Test. Long Yang was stunned. He truly did not expect that this matter would alarm the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon Race, who had not appeared for a long time. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the Grand Elder had actually made the same decision as the clan leader. They wanted Suzimo to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate with a WM. "Thank you, Grand Elder." All the dragons fell silent, but Suzimo was the only one who remained calm and bowed in thanks. That was the condition for him to join the dragon race to begin with. At that moment, none of the dragons in the hall could understand why the Grand Elder would make such a decision. It was not until many years later that many dragons realized what a terrifying monster incarnate the dragon race retained with that decision made today. Compared to this monster incarnate, the primordial divine spring was nothing. Long Yang brought Suzimo away. Although nothing could be seen from the dragons' expressions, they were indignant and dispersed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders of the Illumination dragon lineage were the only ones left in the hall. "Big brother, Long Mo has the bloodline of Long Ran in him. Although it's not pure, it's nothing much to let him enter the primordial divine spring to heal." Elder 2 frowned. "However, isn't it a little overboard for that kid to ask for the WM to enter the primordial divine spring with him?" The Grand Elder smiled and asked, "Fourth, what do you think? Although this Long Mo did not grow up in our environment, his temperament is similar to that of the dragon race. In the conversation earlier on, he displayed his courage, fearlessness, hot-bloodedness, and was neither servile nor overbearing. Apart from Long Ran as a factor, I've taken a liking to him personally as well." Elder 4 said in a low voice, "I heard from Long Ran that this lad was originally from the human race. It's rare that he hasn't been tainted by the conniving nature of the human race all these years." The Grand Elder asked, "Third, let me know your view as well." Elder 3 pondered for a moment and said, "I'm fine. I believe in Long Ran's judgment. Since he has such an arrangement, he must have his reasons. However," after a brief pause, he changed the topic. "That lad was a human in the past after all. It's still unknown if he can join our dragon race sincerely. There's a certain risk to your decision, big brother. According to our original decision, we still have to test him out." "Yes." The Grand Elder nodded and looked at Elder 2. Patting the latter on the shoulder, he said, "Second, You said that he was going overboard by asking for that to be allowed into the primordial divine spring with him. However, it was precisely because of that request that I was truly relieved and allowed him to head to the primordial divine spring. Ah! Elder 2 was slightly stunned. The Grand Elder explained, if this lad were to disregard that in order to repair his body or feign civility with us, I wouldn't be able to take him in at ease. It's just as you guys are worried. After all, he was once a human and is capable of being scheming. Who knows if we'll raise an ingrate if we take him in? Who knows if he'll bite back at us one day? Elder 2 seemed to have understood something as he pondered. The Grand Elder continued, however, the fact that he dared to take such a risk and make this seemingly reckless request proves that this lad is extremely loyal and true. He will remember our kindness to him. No wonder. Elders 3 and 4 were enlightened. The Grand Elder smiled with a smug look in his eyes, as though he had picked up a treasure. Elder 2 laughed as well. Big brother, it's rare to see you so happy. Do you really think so highly of this lad? Don't forget, his bloodline isn't pure. You guys truly don't know much about the outside world. The Grand Elder said, even though I'm always in seclusion, I know about the major events that happen outside. Do you guys know what that lad just did in the cultivation world? What? The 3 elders asked curiously. He killed the titular disciples of 8 human supersects single-handedly. The Grand Elder's words were shocking. The 3 elders were surprised. Elder 4 said, it's no wonder why I sensed a sharp killing intent and an aura of invincibility from that lad. So, he actually has such terrifying combat strength. It's no wonder why he attracted the attack of a half-martial ancestor. Elder 3 nodded. Titular disciples of supersects of the human race are not easy to deal with. They can even fight against dragons of the same cultivation realm. Actually, that's nothing much. Elder 2 was indifferent and said, if our dragon paragons of the younger generation head out, they would be able to suppress the titular disciples of the human race as well. Foo-foo. The Grand Elder suddenly laughed. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Elder 2 asked. The Grand Elder said faintly, have you guys heard of the catastrophe that happened in Myriad Phenomenon City more than 100 years ago? I've heard of it. Elder 2 nodded. I heard that some treasures appeared and the god and Rakshasa race sent their clansmen and paragons in. To think that they would meet with a massive calamity and wound up killed by a monster incarnate of the human race. At that point, Elder 2's expression changed as he asked, Big brother, are you saying that this lad is the monster incarnate of the human race from back then? It's him. The Grand Elder nodded. Pest. The 3 elders gasped slightly. They were well aware of the strength of the god and Rakshasa race. Even their dragon race might not be able to win against the 2 races. Elder 3 frowned. He's severely injured this time round. I wonder how much combat strength he can recover after his injuries are healed. That's right. After all, he has lost many of the methods of the human race. Coupled with the fact that his bloodline is impure, his combat strength will be greatly reduced. Elder 2 nodded as well. Suddenly, Elder 4 asked, Big brother, do you intend to make him the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage? The Grand Elder did not comment and said, my intentions make no difference, the key is that he has to prove himself. In our dragon race, whoever is stronger will be respected. He's an outsider. It'll be difficult for him to assimilate into the dragon race within a short period of time. Elder 4 was a little worried. A crafty glint flashed through the Grand Elder's eyes as he continued, that's why I got that to head to the primordial divine spring with him. Apart from giving him a favor, I wanted to incur the displeasure and resentment of the younger generation of the dragon race. He'll definitely be in trouble when he comes out of the primordial divine spring. This will also be a test for him. We'll know very soon whether he's a dragon or a worm. Big brother, you sure are wise. The 3 elders stroked their beards and praised. This test might not be enough. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and the turbidness in his eyes had long disappeared. They shone with a crafty glint as he continued, right, wasn't Long Yang engaged to that girl from the Hornless Dragon lineage previously? Since this lad is replacing Long Yang's position, he will have to take on that engagement as well. Big brother, That girl from the hornless dragon lineage has a fiery temper and dares to go against anyone. Back then, she did not agree to this marriage and came over to our side to end it. If Long Yang hadn't died, something else might have happened because of this matter. Elder Four said with a lingering fear, if that girl finds out that her fiancé was changed to a dragon with an impure bloodline, she'll definitely wreak havoc on the Illumination dragon lineage. Isn't that perfect? Let that lad deal with it. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Big brother, you're truly the most savage. The mouths of the three elders twitched as they raised their thumbs. Chapter 1060, Primordial Divine Spring. Chapter 1060, Primordial Divine Spring. They passed through many buildings under the lead of Long Yang. Along the way, they encountered many dragons with powerful auras and ferocious gazes. Clashes and fights could be seen everywhere. The bloodline of the dragon race was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even if they were injured all over, they would recover after resting for a day or two as long as their organs were not injured. After the repeated clashes, every single dragon carried an iron-blooded killing intent that tempered their melee combat technique. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. In such a cruel environment, it would be difficult for him to not be strong. Many dragons of the Illumination dragon lineage had normal expressions when they looked at Long Yang. However, their gazes were filled with hostility and shone with cruelty when they caught sight of Su Zimo. Anyone who wanted a foothold in the dragon race would have to fight to gain it, even if they had the bloodline of the Grand Elder. To a certain extent, this was a relatively fair environment. Only in such a fair and cruel environment could a true expert be tempered. Long Mo, although you have the support of the Grand Elder, your situation is still not favorable. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yang reminded kindly, if your injuries are healed, try not to run around. Go into seclusion and cultivate first to avoid the limelight. Although Long Yang could not guess the Grand Elder's intentions, he could guess that once Su Zimo came out of the primordial divine spring, countless troubles would definitely come knocking. In his opinion, this young man would not be able to handle it at all. Yes, thank you for your reminder, Uncle Yang. Su Zimo nodded. Before long, Long Yang had already brought Su Zimo out of the region of the Illumination dragons and entered the public area in the middle of the 6 dragon lineages. Although this was known as the Dragon Bone Valley, in reality, the area occupied by the dragon race was larger than the areas occupied by the major sects of the cultivation world. The public area in the middle was even more so, with no end in sight. The buildings that he could see were filled with an ancient aura. The habitat of the Illumination dragon lineage was filled almost entirely with Illumination dragons. In the public area, various dragon lineages could be seen everywhere. The Horned dragon lineage wore golden robes, the Hornless dragon lineage silver robes, and the Blue dragon lineage green robes. Before long, Long Yang brought Su Zimo to the entrance of a cave. 2 dragons guarded both sides of the cave. The auras of the 2 dragons were similar to Long Yang. They were at the conjoint body realm as well. A dragon of the conjoint body realm could kill conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace with ease and even fight Mahayana patriarchs. The growth stage of the dragon race was divided into childhood, youth, adult, and peak. Typically, the strength of a childhood dragon corresponded to the chi condensation to nascent soul realm of the cultivation world. A young dragon corresponded to the nascent soul to Dharma characteristic realm. An adult dragon was at the conjoint body realm. A peak dragon was at the Mahayana realm. It was clear how important this place was for 2 adult dragons to guard this cave. Long Yang took out a fiery red badge with an Illumination dragon tattooed on it. It gave off a scorching aura and he handed the badge to the 2 adult dragons. The badge contained some information left behind by the Grand Elder. The 2 adult dragons received it and inspected it. They looked at Su Zimo with surprise before nodding. Go on in. The moment the door opened, a rich and exuberant life force gushed out like a spring breeze. The pain on the scarlet-haired Yin's spirit lessened slightly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and entered the cave. What he saw was a long corridor. The end of the corridor shone with a golden light. The deeper Su Zimo went, the more he could sense the exuberant life force coming from the end of the corridor. Before long, everything opened up before him. Suzimo was shocked and his eyes were filled with endless amazement. The scene before him did not seem like he was in a cave at all, but a world of its own. The vegetation was rich and lush. In the middle of a few ancient trees, there was a pool that was enshrouded with immortal chi. The spring water in the pool was golden in color with a sparkling luster. The primordial divine spring. It could regenerate flesh and revive the dead. This world exuded a pure and flawless aura of vitality. The moment Suzimo entered, a trace of vitality entered his initially lifeless body. At the start, he was a little uneasy. After all, his body had been struck by the power of a half-martial ancestor and his life force was already severed. All his bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into sludge. Even the red-headed ghost and the Mahayana patriarch were helpless. However, the moment Suzimo saw the primordial divine spring, he knew that it would definitely restore his body to its original state. Suzimo hurriedly took Solitary Cloud out of his storage bag. Initially, Solitary Cloud was still unconscious. The moment he was moved here, Solitary Cloud let out a raving sound in his unconscious state. Without hesitation, Suzimo brought his body and Solitary Cloud and leaped into the primordial divine spring. The two bodies were immersed in the golden divine spring and endless life force surged into their bodies, nourishing and repairing their bodies with rich life essence. Compared to Suzimo, Solitary Cloud's injuries were lighter. Suzimo could clearly see the golden divine spring gushing into Solitary Cloud's chest wound within a few breaths after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Solitary Cloud's heart was shattered by Di Yin's palm, but now, Solitary Cloud's heart was healing at a visible speed under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. To be precise, it was reconstruction. The reconstructed heart was even stronger than Solitary Cloud's previous heart. In his chest, the broken bones were being repaired bit by bit. Specks of golden essence surged into the wound and fused into his flesh. The injuries on their bodies were healing continuously. Suzimo moaned in comfort. After a few dozen breaths, he suddenly realized that he could control his true body of the dragon race. Suzimo was delighted. Of course, the limbs of his body had yet to recover and the injuries to his organs had not healed either. It would take a long time for him to recover completely. Right now, he could only do simple actions. Lowering his head, Suzimo wolfed down a huge ball of water from the golden divine spring. The surging life essence flowed down his throat into his body and exploded instantly. The wounds on the scarlet-haired yin spirit were healing bit by bit as well. Suzimo felt as though he was lying on a warm bed and the coldness in his body was dissipating bit by bit. He had never felt so comfortable before. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his heart. Ever since he came out of Thousand Demon Valley, he had been through battles such as the Thousand Crane Tea Party and the Dao Inheritance Ground. He was even hunted by a half-martial ancestor and had barely rested. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to have a good rest. At the very least, this was the Dragon Bone Valley and there would be no danger here. What he wanted to do was to conserve his energy and prepare for the challenges ahead within the dragon race. At that thought, Suzimo laid down in the primordial divine spring and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1061 Looking Forward to the Reunion. Chapter 1061 Looking Forward to the Reunion. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Standing in the hall, Suzimo looked at the 2 lines of words on the wall in a daze. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. Before Dai Yu left, she told him that if he wanted to do both immortality and demonic cultivation, he would have to experience many hardships. However, these hardships would eventually make him stronger. She divined heavenly secrets and long knew that Suzimo would encounter a great calamity one day that would lead him to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, hence the statement left behind. However, even she would not have expected that Suzimo would return to this place 100 years later after suffering even more. Even his body was almost destroyed. Suzimo had never regretted it. He wanted to create his own Tao. It was not only for the lives of the world, but also for himself. He looked forward to his reunion with Dai Yu. More than that, He hoped to be someone beyond Dai Yu's imagination when he stood in front of her again. That will definitely be interesting. Su Zimo smiled gently. In his heart, he not only wanted to be praised by Dai Yu, he wanted to catch sight of unprecedented joy and surprise in her eyes. A moment later, the smile on Su Zimo's face faded as he sighed. He did not know how long he would have to wait to see Dai Yu. Initially, Su Zimo thought that as his cultivation increased, he would definitely be getting closer to Dai Yu. However, as his cultivation deepened, he realized that Dai Yu was beyond his reach. It was unknown. Although he had already entered the void reversion realm, he could not deduce or sense Dai Yu's cultivation level. Was she at the Mahayana realm? The tribulation transcendence realm? Su Zimo shook his head slightly and denied those two guesses. Perhaps it might be beyond his current knowledge. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself. No matter what, he had to continue on his path. He was not clear about the situation with his true body of the dragon race. Ever since his true body of the dragon race entered the Dragon Bone Valley, he could no longer sense it. This was a good situation. The two essence spirits cultivated separately without interfering with each other. Otherwise, they were bound to be affected if they knew everything that happened to their counterpart. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo and came from the same source. Su Zimo had a mysterious feeling that he could still establish a connection with the scarlet-haired yin spirit as long as he wanted to. Of course, from now on, he would not alarm his true body of the dragon race unless necessary. It must be the same on the other end. Although he did not know what happened to his true body of the dragon race in the Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo guessed that it should not be a problem. As long as he could enter the primordial divine spring and recover his physique and bloodline, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the dragon race with his true body. The most important thing for the black-haired essence spirit was to reconstruct his body. Su Zimo recalled what his master, Extreme Fire, had told him back in 100 Refinement Sect about the storage bag and could not help but smile bitterly. Master Extreme Fire's words came true. He truly required the storage bag. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Master Extreme Fire had a premonition. A few days ago, he found out that Monk Yuan Bei had discussed this matter with Extreme Fire when he saved the latter at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo took out the storage bag given to him by Master Extreme Fire and carefully recalled the scene of the latter reconstructing his bones and body. He only made a move when he was absolutely certain he had no doubt about every single detail. There was a prerequisite before he could reconstruct his body. He required fire hot enough to smelt the top-grade materials in the storage bag. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could not achieve that. Back in 100 Refinement Sect, Dao Lord Extreme Fire had only achieved this goal through the Earth Core Fire in the hall as well. He had to look for help. Monk Yuan Bei did not have much lifespan left and it would be best if he did not make a move. The only one who could help was the red-headed ghost. At that thought, Su Zimo carried his storage bag and walked towards the cemetery. "Lad, are you here to talk to me?" Before he got close, the red-headed ghost's voice sounded. "Lad, you've already suffered so many blows at such a young age. It's only natural for you to be disheartened and take things too hard. Let me tell you, you've made the right decision to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. I've been sitting here all these years and I'm the best at giving guidance to others." The red-headed ghost started nagging again. He had been at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for more than 10,000 years and he and Monk Yuan Bei were the only ones for more than 9,000 years. The most frightening thing was that Monk Yuan Bei had been cultivating in silent meditation the entire time. In other words, the red-headed ghost did not even have anyone to speak to. One could imagine how he managed to survive for more than 9,000 years. It was understandable why he was in his current state. Fortunately, Dai Yu barged into this place later on and snatched away the Soraka flower, breaking the silent meditation of Monk Yuan Bei. Otherwise, the red-headed ghost might have gone mad. "Red-headed ghost, let me tell you something important." Su Zimo went straight to the point. "I intend to reconstruct my body. Help me condense a ball of flames and melt some natural treasures." "What's the use of reconstructing a body?" The red-headed ghost pursed his lips. "Let me tell you, This essence spirit of yours can just be used as a clone for casual cultivation. In any case, you still have a true body of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost wanted to turn Suzimo into a dragon completely, but that was against the latter's bottom line. Suzimo frowned slightly. There's no need to mention that again. Now that the scarlet-haired yin spirit is with the dragon race, it naturally belongs to the dragons. However, I've got my own plans for this essence spirit. You have your own plans, so why are you looking for me? The red-headed ghost raised his brow. Are you going to help? Suzimo asked. Wow, you're threatening me? The red-headed ghost sneered. So what if I don't help? Then I won't talk to you anymore. Suzimo said seriously. That was a most childish statement of pique that was commonly used among children. However, it was extremely lethal to the red-headed ghost. No. The red-headed ghost said hurriedly, Rascal, all you know is how to threaten me. Isn't it just condensing flames? I'll help you, all right? As he said that, the red-headed ghost flicked his finger and a small scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, fluttering as though it could extinguish at any moment. Although Suzimo was skeptical, he still took out a lava crystal. He controlled the lava crystal with his spirit consciousness and placed it on the small flame. Kai. A green smoke accompanied it. In the blink of an eye, that top-grade bone-tempering material was burned to ashes by that small flame. Suzimo. Completely oblivious, the red-headed ghost boasted to Suzimo smugly, how? The power of this flame is decent, right? Suppressing the urge to curse, Suzimo glared and grit his teeth. Reduce the power of your flame. Sure, no problem. The red-headed ghost agreed readily. The flame dimmed significantly. Suzimo took a deep breath and took out another lava crystal, placing it carefully on the flame. Swoosh. Instantly, a flame ignited on the lava crystal. However, the lava crystal only managed to last 3 breaths before it turned into ashes right in front of Suzimo again. Suzimo's face darkened. 2 top-grade treasures were burned away by the red-headed ghost just like that. Reduce the power even more. Grinding his teeth, Suzimo spat out a few words. The red-headed ghost waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head. I can't make it go lower. This is the weakest. Chapter 1062, Green Lotus True Body. Chapter 1062, Green Lotus True Body. Suzimo put away his storage bag and turned to leave. Suzimo did not know if the red-headed ghost truly did not have the capability or if he was pretending to be dumb, but he no longer wanted to waste time with the latter. Hey, lad, don't go, the red-headed ghost shouted from behind. Suzimo turned a deaf ear and hurried back to the main hall, deep in thought. He had no chance of getting help. Unless he went to 100 Refinement Sect and sought the help of Master Extreme Fire. However, the North region was too far away from the Middle Continent and he was only left with a single essence spirit. It was truly extremely dangerous for him to cross a major region to reach 100 Refinement Sect. Earthcore Fire, Earthcore Fire. Suzimo murmured softly and a thought flashed through his mind. The underground volcano beneath the Great Chen Ruins. Back when he arrived at the Great Chen Ruins, he accidentally discovered a spirit pool in an underground palace. There was a secret passage beside the spirit pool that led deep underground. His encounter with the little fox was deep underground as well. Suzimo remembered that beneath the spirit pool was a world of lava where carnate spirit fires that were treated as treasures could be seen everywhere. He had once seen a volcano spewing golden lava upstream. The temperature of that volcano was extremely high. Back in the battle for the vermilion fruit in the Great Chen Ruins, he had relied on the golden lava to kill many nascent souls. Those nascent souls that came into contact with the golden lava were burned to ashes without exception. At that thought, Suzimo left the ancient temple and leaped up, activating the Mingwang prayer beads to form a barrier of light that passed through the thick fog and arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, his body was casually created using dharmic powers. Although he could move freely, it would disperse after a few blows if he were to fight someone. Suzimo sped in the direction of the Great Chen Ruins. Before long, he set foot on this land once more. Countless otherworldly soldiers were still lingering in the ruins. When they sensed Suzimo's aura, they surged over crazily. However, they stopped in their tracks the moment they approached. Although the otherworldly soldiers did not have any intelligence, they could sense the aura of the Mingwang prayer beads and did not dare to advance, retreating gradually. He saved a lot of trouble with a treasure like the Mingwang prayer beads. Revisiting this old place, Suzimo advanced and found the location of the underground palace based on his memories. In the battle for the birth of the vermilion fruit back then, paragons of the North region gathered and countless were buried here. Even after more than 100 years, this place was still stained with blood. It was clear how tragic the battle was back then. The surroundings were silent, desolate, and terrifying. Ever since that battle back then, very few cultivators had set foot in this place. The underground palace had long collapsed and was reduced to ruins. Standing on the ruins, it was difficult for Suzimo to find the hidden path that was buried deeply. He frowned slightly and searched the ruins repeatedly. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of flowing water in an inaudible manner. Suzimo was invigorated and walked towards the sound. Before long, he found the source of the sound of flowing water. He released his spirit consciousness slowly and delved deeper into the ruins. Soon, Suzimo's eyes lit up. Beneath the ruins, he discovered the spirit pool he had seen previously. Even though more than 100 years had passed and it was buried by the ruins, the spirit pool had yet to dry up with spring water rich in spirit chi flowing outward. Delighted, Suzimo followed the spirit pool and found the secret passage from before. He pondered for a moment and did not move the ruins above the spirit pool openly. Instead, he dispersed his dharmic powers body. The black-haired essence spirit transformed into a stream of light and created a tunnel as thick as a wrist in the ruins before entering the ground. Although the underground palace had collapsed back then, it did not bury the spirit pool. Instead, there was a space left. Suzimo found the secret passage and leaped down without hesitation. Before long, he arrived deep underground. Reconstructing his dharmic powers body, Suzimo walked forward. Not long after, his eyes lit up and his vision turned scarlet. Waves of heat surged over. When Suzimo first arrived at this place, he was still at the Golden Core realm and could not even withstand the temperature outside. He even had to use protection talismans. But now, he had already entered the Void Reversion realm. Although he had lost his physical body, the dharmic powers body that he had casually conjured could withstand the heat of the lava. Meandering along the stone wall, Suzimo turned a corner and saw a relatively larger piece of land in the lava ocean. Back then, Little Fox's mother's corpse was there. Later on, he heard from Little Fox that before she left, she pushed her mother's corpse into the lava so that it would be buried here. Suzimo continued forward. The underground cave meandered upwards along the lava and the temperature rose continuously. Gradually, Suzimo noticed a faint golden color floating on the surface of the lava not far away. He was almost there. After a few more turns, Suzimo stopped in his tracks. Before him was a massive volcano. Golden lava surged at the mouth of the volcano, creating waves that gave off a shuddering aura and a scorching heat. Suzimo frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Strange. Even though the temperature of the golden lava was high, it was extremely easy for him to avoid taking damage from it given his current cultivation realm. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat as he stood before the volcano. Suzimo rose slowly and arrived near the mouth of the volcano. He looked down at the surging lava with a bright gaze. He stared for a long time but could not find anything. However, that sense of trepidation gradually disappeared as well and Suzimo decided to temper his bones and body here. Opening his storage bag, Suzimo looked at the many top-grade spirit materials inside and paused in his actions. He sighed internally, lost in his thoughts. Even if he managed to refine his body with the best spirit materials, his body would definitely not be able to compare to the physical body that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, drank dragon blood and possessed the divine phoenix bone. The combat strength of his true body of the dragon race would not decrease. However, on this side, his combat strength would be greatly reduced even after his body's reconstruction. Even his destiny dharmic weapon, the creation Green Lotus, was shattered. Suzimo sighed again as he looked at the green lotus stems and shattered lotus leaves in his storage bag. Gradually, a sliver of light shone in Suzimo's eyes. A bold and crazy thought flashed through his mind. Initially, he wanted to use the many spirit materials given to him by Master Extreme Fire to temper his body. However, even the best spirit materials could not compare to the creation Green Lotus. Even the shattered stems and leaves were 100 times stronger than top-grade spirit materials. Suzimo's gaze turned fervent as he took out the many carnate dharmic weapons that he snatched from the hands of Di Yin and the other titular disciples. The stem would become the bones and the leaves would become the skin. If he added these carnate dharmic weapons as well, once his physical body was reconstructed, its toughness would be comparable to carnate Tao Lord dharmic weapon. Green Lotus True Body. If the Green Lotus True Body was completed, his combat strength would not decrease at all. Chapter 1063 Unexpected Disaster. Chapter 1063 Unexpected Disaster. That thought invigorated Suzimo. Initially, he was a little sad that the creation Green Lotus was destroyed. Such a supreme treasure had died before it could grow. But now, if he was able to successfully temper his bones and body based on that idea, he would be able to unleash the full potential of the creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus was not completely destroyed. At the very least, the 54 green lotus seeds were undamaged and emitted a resplendent glow. They could still release a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit like the Green Lotus sword. More importantly, the creation Green Lotus was his destiny dharmic weapon. If he used the stem as the bone and the lotus leaves as the skin, his compatibility with this physical body would reach 100% without any rejection. Once this body was reconstructed successfully, it could inherit his Tao techniques perfectly. At that thought, Suzimo's heart burned. Now that he thought about it, this calamity was definitely a blessing and not a curse for him. If he succeeded in creating the Green Lotus True Body and joined forces with his true body of the dragon race, his combat strength would double. Suzimo took a deep breath of air and prepared to begin forging his bones and body. He gathered all the lotus stems together and burned them with the golden lava in the volcano. If the lotus stem was not broken, the temperature of the golden lava would not have been able to melt it. However, now that the lotus stem had shattered into pieces and lost the power of the creation Green Lotus, it was gradually melting under the burning of the golden lava. Even so, it took a full day for the lotus stems to melt completely, forming a green liquid. Suzimo rested for a moment and began to forge his bones with the green liquid. There were more than 200 bones in a human's body and they were all different in size. Forging every single bone was an extremely complicated and long process. Back then, even with Extreme Fire's attainments in weapon refinement, it took an entire 3 days to create that skeleton. Suzimo recalled and forged at the same time. His speed was extremely slow and he did not dare to rush at all. 3 days passed. Even after expending a lot of effort, he could only create half a skeleton. However, Suzimo's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He consumed some elixirs and rested for a while before continuing to refine. Another 7 days passed before Suzimo stopped. In front of him stood a flawless green skeleton that was crystal clear like jade. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Every single bone had a series of patterns that seemed natural, like blooming lotuses. This skeleton was already perfect enough. However, that was not enough. Suzimo took out the many carnate dharmic weapons in his storage bag. Di Yin's Chaos Essence Spell and Dragon Battling Truncheon. Dao being Malevolent Earth's Bone Spear. Dao being Glass's Rainbow Glazed Pagoda. Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder Hammer. These carnate dharmic weapons were the destiny dharmic weapons of the titular disciples. Although all the titular disciples were dead, their essence spirit imprints were still on their destiny dharmic weapons. If Suzimo wanted to take them for himself, he had to erase the essence spirit imprints on them. However, that would require an extremely long time. For example, some of the destiny dharmic weapons had been refined by the titular disciples for thousands of years. It was completely unrealistic for them to be erased in a short period of time. Su Zimo made up his mind and decided to smelt all the carnate dharmic weapons into the Green Lotus skeleton. The Green Lotus skeleton that was formed would be tougher and unshakable than those carnate dharmic weapons. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who had tempered their bones and bodies. To be able to forge bones to such an extent, Su Zimo was the first person in history to achieve such a feat. For the sake of this skeleton, he had used the lotus root as the foundation and infused it with many carnate dharmic weapons passed down from the ancient supersects. The quality of this skeleton could be imagined. He placed all the carnate dharmic weapons together and refined them continuously with the golden lava. The first to melt was Dao, being Heavenly Dipper's saber. Under the burning of the lava, the essence spirit imprints of many titular disciples dissipated rapidly. The saber was burned red and gradually broke into a few pieces, turning into dark golden liquid. Immediately after, Malevolent Earth Sect's Bone Spear, Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet, the Zephyr Thunder Hammer, Rainbow Glazed Pagoda and Dragon Battling Truncheon melted one after another. Only the Chaos Essence Bell remained unaffected. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and stared at the Chaos Essence Bell for a moment. From the looks of it, the Chaos Essence Bell was the strongest among the carnate dharmic weapons. Back when he fought with Di Yin, this Chaos Essence Bell was also the reason why more than half of the creation Green Lotus's power was contained. If this Chaos Essence Bell can't be melted, I'll put it away after the Essence Spirit imprint on it is erased and use it as a dharmic weapon. That was what Su Zimo hoped. All of a sudden, a change happened. Clang. Without any warning, the Chaos Essence Bell shuddered and let out a long, reverberating sound that shook one's mind. Against the sound of the bell, Su Zimo's dharmic power body cracked and almost dissipated. Junior, you deserve death for destroying Chaos Essence Sect's legacy dharmic weapon. An old voice sounded from the Chaos Essence Bell with endless killing intent. Right after, a phantom appeared. An old man in Chaos Essence Sect's robes stood in the cave, looking down at Su Zimo with a cold gaze and exuding a tremendous might. Against that pressure, Su Zimo could not move at all. Even with the support of the Mingwang prayer beads, it was useless. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. He could tell that this was not the true body of a Chaos Essence Sect expert. That was merely a remnant consciousness from the Chaos Essence Bell. It was the remnant consciousness of an ancient expert from Chaos Essence Sect. After the golden lava refined Di Yin's essence spirit imprint, it alarmed the remnant consciousness. Although it was only a remnant consciousness, it was enough to kill Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo's body was still present, he would not be able to escape, let alone the fact that he was only left with an essence spirit. The difference between them was way too great. This was truly an unexpected disaster. Su Zimo had not expected that merely refining an ownerless dharmic weapon would cause such a disaster. If he was above the Great Qian ruins, the commotion here might have alerted Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost. However, this was the depths of the Great Qian ruins. Even if Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost sensed it, it would be too late. In a flash, all sorts of thoughts crossed Su Zimo's mind, but he felt a sense of helplessness. Seems like I'm destined to meet with such a calamity. In the end, I couldn't avoid it. Su Zimo sighed. In reality, the moment the bell sounded, it alerted another existence in the cave. In the mouth of the volcano, within the golden lava, there was an almost transparent coffin floating. A peerless beauty laid in the coffin. She had a graceful figure and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. She was naked from head to toe and her skin was smooth like jade, looking like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The moment the bell rang, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Immediately after, the transparent coffin rose slowly and floated towards the mouth of the volcano. Chapter 1064 Experts Awakening. Chapter 1064 Experts Awakening. The juniors of Chaos Essence Sect are already so weak that they can't even protect legacy dharmic weapons. The phantom in midair harumphed with a cold gaze. He was merely a remnant consciousness after all and did not notice that a coffin had already floated up from the volcano that spewed golden lava behind him. Even if the Chaos Essence Bell becomes an ownerless object and is buried in this cave, it can't fall into the hands of outsiders. With an indifferent expression, the Phantom said slowly, "Die, Junior." The Phantom reached out with a gigantic hand and grabbed towards Suzimo. All of a sudden, a loud bang sounded from the cave. Even the disheartened Suzimo was shocked. Boom! It was as though something had exploded. Immediately after, a huge wave of golden lava surged down like a tsunami and drowned the Phantom in midair. Buzz! Buzz! The might of the Phantom was terrifying, but it was devoured by the gigantic wave formed by the lava. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated completely. Suzimo was shocked as he watched the lava wave surge towards him, about to drown him in an instant. Suddenly, as though it was controlled by some sort of power, the lava wave suddenly stopped in midair before dissipating slowly. Right after, Suzimo's eyes widened. Right in front of him, a transparent coffin floated up from the mouth of the volcano. The lid of the coffin had already shattered and was scattered all over the ground. Within the coffin, a pitilessly beautiful woman sat up slowly. Her figure was graceful and flawless. The pitilessly beautiful woman had a lazy expression as though she had just woken up. She caressed her forehead gently and her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She exuded an alluring charm and was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman's beautiful eyes were slightly dazed as she frowned slightly. Even such a small action possessed indescribable beauty. For a moment, Suzimo forgot to breathe. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless women, Ji Yaoshua who was noble and dignified, Demonis Ji who was like a quirky concubine, Lung Ru who was cold and refined, all of them were top beauties in the world. However, compared to the woman before him, they were slightly inferior. Even Demonis Ji's bewitchment techniques seemed inferior in front of this woman. The existence of this woman was enough to topple the world. The lava wave earlier on was clearly released by this peerless beauty. Suzimo should have expressed his gratitude immediately after being rescued. However, the manner of this woman's sudden appearance was way too shocking, causing him to freeze on the spot in a daze. Instantly, countless doubts surfaced in his mind. Who was this woman? Why was she here? When did she arrive here? What was her cultivation? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. He recalled that he should have seen this woman before. To be precise, he had vaguely seen her before. It was more than 100 years ago when he first arrived at the underground palace of the Great Qian ruins and was searching for the spirit pool above. A flowering crabapple blossomed in the middle of the pool. The spring water gushed and a misty fog spread. In its haziness, he seemed to have caught sight of a woman on the crabapple blossom. She had a graceful, beautiful body with a lazy and charming posture. When he closed his eyes and focused his gaze once more, there was nothing left on the crabapple blossom. Now that he recalled it, the woman on the crabapple blossom looked exactly the same as the peerless beauty before him. Could the woman before him be in existence from 10,000 years ago? That thought flashed through Suzimo's mind and he could not help but be shocked. Right then, the woman sighed faintly. Has 10,000 years passed? The woman's voice was sweet as well. A ridiculous thought rose in Suzimo's mind. It was as though he was already blessed to be able to listen to this woman speak. At the same time, that sigh confirmed Suzimo's guess. The woman slowly stood up from the coffin. Instinctively, Suzimo averted his gaze. She was so beautiful that he felt that it was blasphemy to look at her directly. With light steps, she arrived before Suzimo. A faint fragrance wafted over and Suzimo did not dare to raise his head. He merely stared at the woman's smooth, fair feet and lamented in silence that he had sinned. Just as he was about to remind her, the woman's voice sounded once more, "You came here more than 100 years ago." Ah. Stunned for a moment, Suzimo nodded. "Yes. I vaguely remember that you saved a little fox." The woman continued and exhaled. "Yes." Suzimo replied. "Where is she? Why isn't she by your side and taken care of by you?" The woman asked. Although Suzimo did not raise his head to look, Her tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Little Fox is safe and sound in Thousand Demon Valley. Suzimo smiled bitterly. If she's by my side, she might have already met with misfortune. His body was crippled and Solitary Cloud was severely injured as well. If Little Fox were to follow him, she would truly have a slim chance of survival. Yes. The woman pondered for a moment before leaving Suzimo. Senior. Suzimo raised his head and shouted hurriedly when he saw that the woman was still oblivious. Yes. The woman turned slightly, revealing half of her perfect side profile. Senior, you're... Suzimo hesitated for a moment and did not know what to say. The woman was stunned for a moment but came to a swift realization. Damn it! She hollered softly and her figure flashed. Suddenly, she appeared in front of Suzimo and extended 2 fingers, piercing towards his eyes. She wanted to gouge his eyes out. It was too fast. Suzimo could not react at all. His vision blurred and a peerless face had already arrived before him. A look of shame and anger flashed through the depths of the woman's eyes as she extended her finger and hovered motionlessly in front of his eyes. Pausing for a moment, the woman retracted her finger slowly, perhaps because she realized that Suzimo only had a dharmic power body without any eyes or because she thought of something. I'll leave those eyes on you first. The woman said coldly, I'll dig them out after you reconstruct your body. With that said, the woman put on her robes and took light steps, disappearing before Suzimo in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Chapter 1065 Rebirth. Chapter 1065 Rebirth. Although the woman had already left, Suzimo still stood on the spot, lost in his thoughts for a long time. Why was Little Fox the first person this woman asked after waking up? What was her relationship with Little Fox? Or rather, what was her relationship with Little Fox's mother, the fire fox who died here? Suddenly, Suzimo recalled something. Back when he carried Little Fox and leaped into the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the first time he met Monk Yuan Bei, the latter said something to him. That Little Fox, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer. At that time, Suzimo could tell that the old monk hesitated, as though he had something to say. However, when he wanted to ask, the old monk had already changed the topic and the matter was carried over. Now that he thought about it, the old monk should know about the relationship between this woman and the Little Fox. There was a high chance that what he did not say back then was related to this woman. The reason why this woman saved him was most likely because of Little Fox. If she saw that Little Fox had suffered or was living a bad life, this woman might really come back to settle things with him. Suzimo shook his head and put those thoughts aside for the time being, continuing to temper his bones. Without the power imprint of the remnant consciousness, the Chaos Essence Bell gradually melted under the heat of the golden lava and fused with the solution of the other carnate dharmic weapons. Suzimo applied the solution to the jade green skeleton at the side bit by bit. The skeleton gradually gained a layer of dark gold color and a metallic texture appeared, making it even more indestructible. After 3 days, Suzimo's many carnate dharmic weapons had already fused with the green lotus skeleton. He melted the lotus leaves once more and enveloped the green lotus skeleton, forming a layer of skin. Success. Although he had yet to nurture his bloodline and organs, Suzimo could already sense a mysterious connection between him and the skeleton before him. Suzimo brought the skeleton with him and returned above. He poured all the spirit herbs and elixirs in his storage bag into the spirit pool. Instantly, rich life force burst forth from the spirit pool and many spirit materials rose and fell within, turning into surging life force that fused into the water. Without any hesitation, Suzimo placed the green lotus skeleton within. The black-haired essence spirit entered its glabella and took over the consciousness, sinking into the bottom of the spirit pool. An endless stream of life force surged into the green lotus skeleton. At the same time, Suzimo channeled dharmic powers with his essence spirit and the skeleton vibrated continuously. Initially, it was only the sound of bones shuddering. However, as time passed by, the sound of water flowing could be heard from within the skeleton. Splash! His marrow flowed and blood was swap. Gradually, pink membranes that were as thin as cicada wings appeared on the green gold skeleton. Time passed by slowly and flesh began to grow on the membrane, gradually filling up. The outline of Suzimo's face gradually became clearer. The embryonic form of his organs had already been formed within his body. At the bottom of the spirit pool, a green-gold skeleton laid motionlessly. However, the life force within the skeleton was getting stronger. The entire spirit pool almost formed a vortex. The skeleton was like a black hole that devoured all vitality. At that moment, no one in the cultivation world knew that beneath the ruins of Tianhuang Mainland's north region, the number one monster incarnate that had caused countless paragons to tremble in fear was experiencing a rebirth. Both true bodies were undergoing a rebirth. A month later, under the cover of the Great Qian ruins, there were no ripples in the spirit pool and it was filled with withered leaves and spirit herbs. The spirit pool had not dried up for 10,000 years and was filled with spirit qi. However, after just a month, there was no longer any spirit qi in the spirit pool and it was a dead cesspool. All of a sudden, ripples appeared on the initially calm water surface. A figure rose slowly and became clearer. Swoosh! The sound of water echoed as a figure broke out of the water and stood in midair. It was a perfect body with a slender, streamlined figure. Its skin was tender like a newborn baby. The man's black hair hung down and he had a clean, fair face. He had delicate features and his eyes were deep and bright. It was Suzimo who was reborn. Suzimo lowered his head and looked at his body with a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the bloodline and strength of his Green Lotus true body was far inferior to his Dragon true body, it was sufficiently tough and unshakable. A grade 6 creation Green Lotus could fight against a Carnate Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. Right now, the skeleton formed from the lotus stem and many Carnate Dharmic weapons was almost equivalent to a Carnate Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. Furthermore, his skin was created with the leaves of the creation Green Lotus. Even if he stood motionlessly on the spot, a void reversion Dharmic weapon would not be able to penetrate his body. It was even more impossible to injure his tendons and bones. Suzimo put on his green robes once more and tore through the ruins towards Dragon Burial Valley. He intended to enter seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a period of time. He had almost no rest after the consecutive battles. It was time for him to stop fighting and let things settle down. Now that he was at the Void Reversion Realm, he had fused his immortal cultivation techniques, the Purple Thunder Manual and Green Thunder Manual, obtaining the complete Great Void Spirit Refinement section. After cultivating this immortal cultivation technique, his combat strength would increase once more. After browsing through the Void Reversion Sutras of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his combat strength would increase further. There were also top-tier Dharmic arts like the Heaven-Slaying Sword art. There were many things he had to cultivate in this seclusion. In the entire cultivation world, almost everyone thought that Suzimo, who had lost his body, the creation Green Lotus and Divine Phoenix Bone, would definitely fall from grace and lose his glory. He might not even be a match for ordinary paragons of the Void Reversion realm, let alone titular disciples. However, no one knew that the day Suzimo came out of seclusion would be the day the number one monster incarnate of history returned. Even if he were to face many more titular disciples, he was still strong enough to suppress all of them. Arriving at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley, Suzimo leaped down. This ravine was filled with many terrifying powers. However, this time round, Suzimo did not circulate any Dharmic weapons and allowed the mixed powers to surge through his body. The Green Lotus true body was completely unharmed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had already fallen to the bottom. He was about to return to the ancient temple when he paused and frowned. There were many legends about the Dragon Burial Valley. The most terrifying thing was that a conjoint body mighty figure entered and did not manage to come out alive. Initially, Suzimo thought that those cultivators were killed by the terrifying and chaotic energy field of power above. But now, he gradually realized that something was amiss. The power above could not even rattle his Green Lotus true body. How could it kill a conjoint body mighty figure? Who killed the fallen conjoint body mighty figure in the legends? Who killed the cultivators who fell in the Dragon Burial Valley in the legends? Was it Monk Yuan Bei or the red-headed ghost? Although the two of them did have the ability, it seemed like they had no reason to kill anyone. Chapter 1066 Expert from 10,000 years ago. Chapter 1066 Expert from 10,000 years ago. Suzimo turned around slowly and looked at the valley behind him. He suddenly recalled something. Back when he first arrived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he wanted to see what was at the bottom of the valley and followed the cliff into the depths of the valley. The valley meandered and before long, he saw a pile of corpses. Later on, he was haunted by evil ghosts and almost died. Thankfully, Mingzhen arrived in time and saved him. After that, he had not been to the end of the valley. Now that this question flashed through his mind, Suzimo pondered for a moment before continuing along the craggy stone wall towards the depths of the valley. Before long, he saw the scene from before once more. Corpses were strewn everywhere. In fact, some of their bodies were perfectly preserved for 10,000 years without rotting. A few drops of fresh blood were splattered on the walls around him. Back then, the energy contained within those few drops of blood nearly killed Suzimo. But now, when Suzimo's gaze landed on the few drops of blood, he only felt a slight discomfort before he adapted to it. He paused for a moment before continuing forward. All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew. A woman with disheveled hair and white robes that were stained with blood appeared behind him. Her eyes were blind and she stuck out her scarlet tongue. More than 100 years ago, his cultivation was crippled and he was almost killed by this evil ghost. But now that he was at the Void Reversion realm with the title of Tao Being, he was considered an expert in the cultivation world. How could he be injured by a mere evil ghost? Humph! Suzimo did not even turn back as he hollered, "How dare you show yourself? I'll help you reincarnate today." Whoosh! The Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist shone brightly and enveloped the white-robed female ghost instantly. Endless golden light pierced through the white-robed female ghost's body like sharp swords, creating holes. Blood flowed out of the white-robed female ghost. The malevolent chi and the evil ghosts condensed here had flesh and blood. Ah! The white-robed female ghost let out tragic cries and struggled within the golden light before returning to silence. A soul wisp reincarnated and dissipated into the world. Stepping on the corpses, Suzimo continued forward. After this short exchange, there were no more evil ghosts that dared to come out. Before long, Suzimo stopped in his tracks. He was already at the end of the valley ahead. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. He did not know how many cultivators were buried here in that battle back then. The aura was murderous. Suzimo's gaze shifted to a gigantic pit not far away. It was nothing much for a gigantic pit to appear within the white bones. However, the pit looked strange. The soil on the surface of the pit was slightly moist, as though it was soaked in blood and was dark red. It was as though the gigantic pit was initially filled with fresh blood. However, as time passed by, the fresh blood had dried up, leaving behind such a deep pit. Suddenly, a vague thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. However, when he wanted to capture it, the thought disappeared. There were no other oddities in the vicinity. Suzimo shook his head and turned to leave. Before long, he returned to the ancient temple. He headed straight for the cemetery in the backyard of the main hall. Coincidentally, monk Yuan Bei was there as well, chanting sutras silently to purify the souls in the cemetery. When he saw Suzimo's return after reconstructing his body, monk Yuan Bei smiled and nodded. TSK, this body is truly not bad. The red-headed ghost's voice sounded from the depths of the cemetery. Such a praise from the red-headed ghost was proof of how strong the green lotus true body was. Suzimo hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal the encounter with the woman at the bottom of the Great Chen ruins. "Master, do you know who that woman is? If I'm not wrong, she should be consort Yu of the Great Chen Empire back then." Monk Yuan Bei sighed gently. "She's probably the only person left from the Great Chen Empire." "Consort Yu?" Suzimo muttered softly. When he thought about that woman, she possessed fair, cold skin that was indeed breathtaking like jade. Monk Yuan Bei said, "Consort Yu was originally immortal, but she was extremely beautiful and had a fairy-like appearance that could topple countries and cities. When the emperor of the Great Qian Empire met her, he was shocked and invited her into the palace to be conferred the title of consort Yu. From then on, all the concubines paled in comparison to her. Although she was conferred as a consort, he did not dare to offend her at all and treated her with respect. He hoped that one day, consort Yu would fall in love with him. The Great Qian Empire was vast and was considered the largest faction in the North region back then. Within its territory, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery. The emperor of Great Qian could be considered as the person with the most authority back then. Even so, he could not obtain the heart of consort Yu. Monk Yuan Bei said, consort Yu resided deep in the palace and was unwilling to fight with the other concubines, so she was alone the entire time. Afraid that she might be bored, the emperor of Great Qian captured a spirit fox to accompany her. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Monk Yuan Bei nodded. The fire fox that died beneath the Great Qian ruins was the spirit fox that accompanied consort Yu. Consort Yu had an extremely close relationship with the spirit fox, and Little Fox was the latter's child. That was why I reminded you not to let Little Fox suffer. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Back when the spirit fox died and consort Yu woke up, she felt guilty towards the latter and shifted that guilt onto Little Fox. In her heart, Little Fox probably became her only kin. Su Zimo asked, since consort Yu is immortal, how is she so strong? Monk Yuan Bei said, before entering the palace, consort Yu was immortal. After entering the palace, she had the chance to come into contact with many cultivation dharmic formulations before realizing that she had a spirit root and was extremely talented. She advanced to the conjoint body realm in just 2,000 years. Pest. Su Zimo took a deep breath. Conjoint body realm cultivators had a lifespan of 20,000 years. To be able to step into the conjoint body realm in 2,000 years was a terrifying cultivation speed. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, when consort Yu's cultivation advanced to that stage, it was even more unlikely for her to accede to the emperor of Great Qian, right? Monk Yuan Bei nodded but shook his head. I'm sure consort Yu was touched by the fact that he waited for her for 2,000 years. Monk Yuan Bei said, otherwise, given her cultivation and strength, even the emperor of Great Qian might not have been able to stop her if she wanted to leave. What happened later on? Su Zimo asked. Monk Yuan Bei was silent for a moment as a look of sadness flashed through his eyes. Later on, the emperor of Great Qian did something that incurred the wrath of the heavens and the hatred of humans, causing consort Yu to give up on him entirely. That incident led to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago and the subsequent destruction of the Great Qian Empire. Chapter 1067 Secret of the Catastrophe. Chapter 1067 Secret of the Catastrophe. What? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Monk Yuan Bei said in a low voice, the emperor of Great Qian was the reason why the Great Qian Empire was able to dominate the North region. However, as his power expanded, the emperor's ambitions grew as well. Towards the later stages, Emperor of Great Qian was already showing signs of turning into a fiend. 10,000 years ago, under the suggestion of the empire's advisor, he wanted to refine the blood of the 10,000 races as a sacrifice to the heaven. It was a massive deal to sacrifice the blood of the 10,000 races. Su Zimo was shocked. It was a heinous, atrocious crime. Naturally, the 2 Buddhist monasteries, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, objected to it. However, at that time, the Emperor of Great Qian was obstinate and arrogant. He could not listen to anything and insisted on the sacrifice to the heavens. Monk Yuan Bei said, given the authority of the Emperor of Great Qian back then, there wouldn't be much of an obstruction even if he wanted to obtain the blood of the 10,000 races in the North region. However, he was still unsatisfied. Although he gathered the blood of the 10,000 races, he lacked the blood from the supreme among them. When he heard that, Su Zimo gradually came to a realization. The supreme of the 10,000 races was naturally the dragon race. The sound of heavy chains echoed from the depths of the cemetery. Even after 10,000 years, the red-headed ghost still could not calm down upon hearing this matter. Monk Yuan Bei sighed. Back then, that divine dragon was in its childhood stage and was playful. He snuck out of the Dragon Bone Valley and arrived at the habitat of humans. Back in the North region, apart from the Dragon Bone Valley and a few other places, the entire world was the territory of the king. The moment the young dragon left the Dragon Bone Valley, he was already targeted by the Great Qian Empire. Right then, a tall figure stood up from the depths of the cemetery and walked slowly towards Su Zimo and Monk Yuan Bei with a pained expression. The red-headed ghost grit his teeth. Yang lost his mother when he was young, but he had a pure heart and lacked the bloodthirsty nature of the dragon race. At that time, there was a great drought in the western border of the Great Qian Empire, and the families there had no harvests at all. They were starved to death, but no one in the empire paid attention to them. Yang could not bear it and secretly cast a dharmic art to send down rain showers to save countless lives. At that point, the red-headed ghost's eyes turned red as he said hatefully. However, his actions only served to agitate the Dog Emperor even more. He felt that his authority was being challenged and captured Yang into the palace. The red-headed ghost shuddered and could not continue. Given Emperor of Great Qian's authority back then, one could imagine how much torment this young dragon would suffer in the palace. Monk Yuan Bei continued, at that time, even the citizens of the Great Qian Empire went into a frenzy, thinking that their emperor could reign over the 10,000 races and rule over Tianhuang mainland. In the palace, no one dared to go against the emperor's authority. Consort Yu was the only one who stood out. She had never pleaded for anything from the emperor of Great Qian. However, at that moment, she beseeched him to let the young dragon and the 10,000 races off. Su Zimo could guess the outcome even without Monk Yuan Bei saying it. The emperor of Great Qian did not agree. That young dragon also died within the palace. It was also because of this that the red-headed ghost caused the capital to be ruined into ashes overnight with countless lives lost. Su Zimo glanced sideways and his heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, the red-headed ghost who was always laughing and scolding was already in tears. No matter how many people he killed, his child would never return. Nobody could understand his pain. When Su Zimo heard of this matter for the first time, he abhorred the evil dragon that destroyed the Great Qian Empire, 2 Buddhist monasteries and countless lives. Even later on, when he guessed that the red-headed ghost was that evil dragon, he did not have a good impression of the latter. It was only now that he realized that the red-headed ghost was to be pitied as well. The final bit of resentment he had towards the red-headed ghost had vanished as well. If Xiaoning were to suffer such a situation, he would probably do something even crazier than the red-headed ghost. The originator of this calamity was not the red-headed ghost to begin with, but the emperor of Great Qian. He ruled over the North region and was arrogant and domineering. He thought that he could suppress the 10,000 races and even trample the dragon race beneath his feet. However, he did not expect to provoke a terrifying existence that he could not withstand. The arrogance and conceitedness of the emperor of Great Qian implicated the citizens of the capital, and countless living beings were buried with him. Monk Yuan Bei thought for a moment and said, after that, Consort Yu gave up completely and sealed herself in the glass coffin. She sank into the depths of the ground and fell into a long slumber with only that fire fox to accompany her underground. 10,000 years of companionship was way too lonely. Finally, the fire fox could not take it anymore and sneaked out. When it returned, it was already pregnant. Su Zimo already knew what happened after that without Monk Yuan Bei saying it. The fire fox's motive might have been simple. She merely wanted to give birth to a child to accompany her, or perhaps to continue protecting Consort Yu. Unfortunately, when she ran out that time, she exposed her tracks and was targeted by the crocodile demon. Su Zimo had not expected that the woman who walked out of the volcano would be involved in the secret of the catastrophe that happened 10,000 years ago. After a long silence, Su Zimo asked, "Why were Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery a Euro? Our 2 Buddhist monasteries have an undeniable responsibility for this matter as well." Monk Yuan Bei replied, "The Emperor of Great Qian wanted to offer the blood of the 10,000 races as a sacrifice to the heavens and even captured a young dragon into the palace alive. The patriarchs of our 2 Buddhist monasteries were in seclusion and did not appear. By the time the red-headed ghost appeared and destroyed the capital, it was already too late for us to stop it. It was easy to imagine that the battlefield at that time would definitely be a scene of misery with blood flowing everywhere. No matter the reason, the two Buddhist monasteries would definitely stop the red-headed ghost from killing. On the other hand, the red-headed ghost had lost his beloved son and his rationality. Anyone who tried to stop him would definitely be slaughtered by Himayuro. At this point, this catastrophe was inevitable. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It seemed like everyone in the catastrophe was innocent. It was the same for the red-headed ghost, his child, Daming Monastery, Fahua Monastery, and the Great Qian Empire. Even the Emperor of Great Qian might have been innocent. Every single person and faction was like a puppet with an invisible thread behind them manipulated by someone. Suzimo still had many questions. For example, why wasn't the red-headed ghost dead? Why was he imprisoned here? Furthermore, it was a symbolic imprisonment and the chains on his body were merely decorations. Why did the entire cultivation world think that the red-headed ghost was dead? What did this have to do with the patriarch of the Di clan? Furthermore, for the past 10,000 years, who was the one who killed the cultivators who entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Were they all just legends? Suzimo did not believe that. For the past 10,000 years, there must have been many cultivators who could not help but enter the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley out of curiosity and greed. However, more than 100 years ago, when Suzimo jumped down, there were only 3 people at the bottom of the valley: Monk Yuan Bei, the red-headed ghost, and Ming Zhen. If those people were already dead, how did Ming Zhen survive? Suzimo felt that there was an extremely crucial lead that was missed out. Chapter 1068 Reappearance of the Bloodface. Chapter 1068 Reappearance of the Bloodface. Suzimo frowned deeply, but his thoughts were getting more and more chaotic. I have a question that may be somewhat bold, but why aren't you dead? Suzimo looked at the red-headed ghost and asked softly in a slightly apologetic manner. The red-headed ghost caused the destruction of the Great Qian Empire and massacred countless living beings while destroying Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery as well. Even if he was taking revenge for his beloved son, such a heinous crime was unforgivable. How could he have survived the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? The strength of the red-headed ghost was indeed terrifying. With his strength alone, he could annihilate the flourishing Great Qian Empire overnight and even destroy 2 supersect. However, based on the situation back then, the red-headed ghost should have been suppressed. How could he still be alive under such circumstances? Monk Yuan Bei looked at the red-headed ghost. After this short period of time, the red-headed ghost seemed to have calmed down. The red-headed ghost had a proud expression as he said slowly, "At that time, none of the experts of the Great Qian Empire, Daming Monastery or Fahua Monastery were my match. Even a Mahayana patriarch was no match for me." Back then, Yang Beichen had mentioned this to Suzimo. Yang Beichen had once said that the combat strength of an ancestral dragon was comparable to the emperor of the human race. It was clear that he was not lying. After a huge battle, emperors of the human race were finally alerted and the Dharma Emperor of Fahua Monastery rushed over. At the mention of the Dharma Emperor, the red-headed ghost retracted the pride in his eyes and said with a solemn expression, "Back then, no one could stop me, not even emperors of the human race. I fought a huge battle with the Dharma Emperor and both of us were severely injured. It was an internecine outcome." After a slight pause, he frowned slightly with a cold harumph. "When I was at my weakest, the patriarch of the Di clan appeared and ambushed me while I was severely injured. It was easy to imagine how much danger he faced after he was severely injured in the battle against the Dharma Emperor and ambushed by a Mahayana patriarch thereafter. It was no wonder why the red-headed ghost hated Chaos Essence sect and the Di bloodline. More than a month ago, not only did he severely injure the Di clan's half-martial ancestor, he even killed that conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect. However, from the perspective of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, the patriarch of the Di clan's actions could be considered as helping them. That was the reason why Monk Yuan Bei did not stop Di Yin from coming to the Dragon Burial Valley to read the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra more than 100 years ago. The red-headed ghost continued, I fought here consecutively and turned the world upside down. I fought against the Dharma Emperor and was severely injured. Later on, I was severely injured by the patriarch of the Di clan and would have died. Everyone who witnessed that thought that I was dead for sure. However, no one expected that the Dharma Emperor would hide the truth from all the cultivators and made a decision for me to survive. At the mention of that, the red-headed ghost's eyes were filled with endless emotions and respect. Given his haughty nature, it was truly rare to see a hint of respect in his eyes. The red-headed ghost said, to be precise, the Dharma Emperor sacrificed himself to let me live. Monk Yuan Bei sighed. The Dharma Emperor was in his later years and did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, he sacrificed himself and released supreme dharmic powers to save the red-headed ghost and forcefully extend the latter's life. Why? Su Zimo asked instinctively. The red-headed ghost's expression dimmed as he lowered his head. I asked the same question back then. I still remember every single word that the Dharma Emperor replied. Su Zimo listened intently. Patron Long Ran, you're not to blame for this catastrophe. You're also a victim. The reason why I saved you is because I hope that the dragon race won't start a war with the cultivation world of the North region because of this. I hope that this matter will come to an end and that there won't be any more killing in the North region. Su Zimo was stunned and his eyes were filled with endless shock. He turned around and looked into the depths of the cemetery at the little mound that the red-headed ghost often guarded. A wooden board erected by the little mound had the words Dharma Emperor written on it. In Su Zimo's eyes, the wooden board suddenly appeared so sacred and tall, emitting a Buddha light that could purify the world. That was the true compassion of the Buddhist monasteries. That was the true magnanimity of an emperor of the human race. Even though the red-headed ghost committed such a heinous crime, as an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries, he still chose to forgive. He even sacrificed himself to avoid a greater catastrophe. Monk Yuan Bei said, although the Dharma Emperor was in his later years, he had 10,000 years of lifespan remaining. Yet, he said that even if he took the final step forward, he might not have been able to withstand the might of the heavenly tribulation. As such, he might as well end his life earlier and save countless lives along with it. Even though he was in his later years, he still had a lifespan of 10,000 years. However, the Dharma Emperor gave up his 10,000 years of lifespan to save the red-headed ghost in exchange for peace in the North region. Monk Yuan Bei said, the Dharma Emperor was right. After the news of the red-headed ghost's death spread, the dragon race army arrived and wanted to massacre the cultivation world of the North region. However, they were persuaded to retreat by the red-headed ghost. From then on, the red-headed ghost stayed in the Dragon Burial Valley and accompanied the tombs in the cemetery with chains around his body, repenting sincerely. Su Zimo sighed internally. The Dharma Emperor had not only saved the red-headed ghost's life, he had also saved his killing intent. If not for the Dharma Emperor's choice, the red-headed ghost would have died and the dragon race army would have descended, clashing with the entire cultivation world of the North region to take revenge. At that time, it would most likely not be a catastrophe for the Great Qian Empire but for the entire North region. Su Zimo could deeply sense that there was a powerful mastermind behind all of this. If not for the Dharma Emperor, the catastrophe of the North region might even develop into a catastrophe in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At that time, everything would be irreversible. Who was the mastermind? Di clan's patriarch? If not for the Dharma Emperor, the red-headed ghost would have been killed by the ambush from the patriarch of the Di clan. The consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Su Zimo had a vague feeling that while the patriarch of the Di clan may have played an important role in this, he was not the true mastermind that manipulated the entire catastrophe. Someone else had instigated this entire catastrophe. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo suddenly asked, Master, for the past 10,000 years, countless cultivators have entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and died. Do you know about it? I did not initially. Monk Yuan Bei shook his head. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he understood the meaning behind Monk Yuan Bei's words. Monk Yuanbei continued, ever since that female patron descended to this place more than 100 years ago, I realized that apart from me and the red-headed ghost, there's another terrifying existence hidden at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. At that point, Su Zimo suddenly felt chills run down his spine. The female patron Monk Yuanbei spoke of was obviously Dai Yu. However, who was that terrifying existence other than Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost? That terrifying existence is hidden extremely secretly deep in a pool of blood beneath the Dragon Burial Valley. Even the red-headed ghost and I could not sense it. Monk Yuanbei said, that female patron was the one who captured him. Even after spending 10,000 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost did not know that there was a third person. Who was it? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. I only saw a blood-colored human face appear above the pool of blood the moment the female patron attacked. Monk Yuanbei said. Chapter 1069, Thousand Demon Tribulation. Chapter 1069, Thousand Demon Tribulation. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The blood-colored human face. Su Zimo's first thought was of the blood-colored human face that appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw the blood-colored pit at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. That was because the blood-colored pit was originally a blood lake. However, 100 years later, the blood lake dried up. Su Zimo still had a lingering fear when he recalled what he experienced in the 1,000-year blood sea back in Thousand Demon Valley. The situation back then was extremely dangerous, or rather, sinister. The 7 high-level fiend demons that were equivalent to Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the human race were killed easily by the bubbles that floated out from the bottom of the lake. Coincidentally, despite the massive amount of bubbles, none of it landed on him. Although he could not be sure, he could vaguely guess that the bubbles were most likely created by the blood-colored human face hidden in the depths of the blood sea. However, at that time, Su Zimo did not understand why the blood-colored human face wanted to save him. Now, he thought of a possibility. Could it be because Dai Yu did not kill the owner of the blood face but instead let him off? Therefore, the reason why the owner of the blood face saved Su Zimo might be because the former could sense that he was related to Dai Yu? Su Zimo asked, was the owner of the blood face released? Of course not. Monk Yuanbei shook his head. That female patron only left behind this sentence, to think that there's an evil being like you in this mainland that cultivates by devouring bloodlines, you deserve to die. Thereafter, the owner of the blood face was killed? Su Zimo asked. Monk Yuanbei nodded. With that, the possibility that Su Zimo thought of earlier on was overturned. If the owner of the blood face was dead, who was the blood-colored human face back in Thousand Demon Valley? Why did that blood-colored human face help him? What was the connection between the two blood-colored human faces? If not for the female patron, we wouldn't have realized that such a terrifying existence was hidden beside us. Monk Yuanbei sighed softly. It was only at this moment that Su Zimo finally understood why Monk Yuanbei helped him instead of trying to settle scores with him, despite the fact that Dai Yu snatched away the utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries, the Saraka flower, to implant on him. It was not because Monk Yuanbei was fearful of Dai Yu. It was because Dai Yu's attack was equivalent to saving Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost. The red-headed ghost said, it's also because of what the red-robed woman said after her attack that we realized that the catastrophe 10,000 years ago was not a coincidence. The owner of the blood face should be the mastermind behind the catastrophe. He was the one hiding in the dark, manipulating us like puppet. Su Zimo said in a low voice, there's a high chance that the owner of the blood face was the advisor of the Great Qian Empire. Yes. Monk Yuanbei replied, after that catastrophe, the advisor disappeared and no one knew where he was. He was the one who instigated the Emperor of Great Qian to cause this catastrophe. Due to that catastrophe, the Great Qian Empire was destroyed and the Emperor of Great Qian died. The red-headed ghost lost his beloved son and nearly died. As a result, he restricted himself to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to repent. The two super sects of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery were annihilated as well. In the entire catastrophe, the only beneficiary was the owner of the Bloodface, who cultivated by devouring bloodlines at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The strange blood-colored human face flashed through Suzumo's mind once more. It was as though the blood-colored human face was smiling at him. It's just an illusion. Suzumo shook his head forcefully. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Suzumo's expression, Monk Yuanbei asked concernedly with a pale face. Suzumo said slowly, I've seen this blood-colored human face before. The expressions of the red-headed ghost and Monk Yuanbei changed. Taking a deep breath of air, Suzumo gave a rough account of the matter in the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley. Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost exchanged glances and revealed shocked expressions as well. The red-headed ghost narrowed his eyes and said sternly, I heard that a huge battle broke out in Thousand Demon Valley about 30,000 years ago. That battle was extremely tragic. It was said that not only the demons of Thousand Demon Valley, even the demons of the other 8 regions were implicated. Even emperors of the demon race died in it. That battle was known as the Thousand Demon Tribulation. Monk Yuanbei nodded. I've heard about it as well. Suzumo opened his mouth slightly with a shocked expression. In that case, the bones that he saw when the heaven-slaying sword art was born should be the bones left behind from the Thousand Demon Tribulation 30,000 years ago. A blood-colored human face appeared among the corpses after the catastrophe of Great Qian 10,000 years ago. A blood-colored human face appeared as well near the endless carcasses after the Thousand Demon Tribulation 30,000 years ago. Could it have been a mere coincidence? In the backyard of the hall, the 3 of them fell silent. There was only a gentle breeze with a hint of sinister coldness. If I'm not wrong, the owner of this bloodface should have been cultivating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Monk Yuanbei said, only a fiend technique of that level will devour bloodlines for its cultivation. Suzumo nodded. He had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before and knew how terrifying that fiend technique was. Even with his Tao heart's determination, he would feel a bloodthirsty desire every time he released it. The feeling of absorbing energy was way too comfortable and one could sink into it step by step without realizing it. That was the reason why Suzumo did not release the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after realizing that. Even in the Tao inheritance ground where his life was hanging by a thread, he did not release it. Suzumo had a feeling that he would be doomed the moment he became dependent on the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. He had to kill that sense of dependence. Monk Yuanbei shook his head gently and sighed. To think that even after Tao Lord Blood Fiend died tens of thousands of years ago, the fiend technique he created is still passed down and has such a huge impact on the future. In Suzumo's mind, he could not help but recall the stone coffin that he saw floating in a pool of blood when he, Demonis G and the fiend heirs headed underground. He recalled the skeleton that crawled out from the stone coffin. Tao Lord Blood Fiend might not be dead yet. Suzumo's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, or rather, he has already come back to life and returned. Suzumo recounted what he had seen deep underground and his speculation. I've heard you mention this before. However, the battle between Monk Daming and Tao Lord Blood Fiend happened more than 40,000 years ago. How can Tao Lord Blood Fiend live for so long? Was he relying on that single Mingwang prayer bead? Monk Yuanbei frowned. There are still many unexplainable points to your speculation. The red-headed ghost added, for example, why were there so many chains wrapped around that stone coffin? If they could set up so many preparations, why did they not kill him directly? Suzumo nodded. He could not explain those questions either. Chapter 1070 Entering the Young Spirit. Chapter 1070 Entering the Young Spirit. Suzumo still had many questions in his mind after that exchange. However, at the very least, some of his doubts were resolved. The identity of the woman beneath the ruins. Furthermore, he finally knew who was the one who killed the cultivators, and even conjoint body mighty figure, who entered the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to investigate for the past 10,000 years. The methods of that great Chen advisor were truly terrifying. Not only could he hide from the senses of Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost, he could even kill in silence right under their noses. Of course, what delighted Suzimo more was that he understood more about Dai Yu. Dai Yu did not stay at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for long. However, what she did had a huge impact on the three of them. There was no need to elaborate on her impact on Suzimo. If Dai Yu had not stepped in, Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost might not have been able to escape from the Great Chen advisor's schemes. Both of them would have been kept in the dark. The appearance of the Great Chen advisor made the two of them realize that they were merely chess pieces that were manipulated in the catastrophe. Dai Yu's attack was equivalent to releasing both of them at the same time. It was also after Dai Yu killed the Great Chen advisor that Mingzhen could be saved by Monk Yuan Bei and brought to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Otherwise, Mingzhen would have been killed in silence by the Great Chen advisor before Monk Yuan Bei even noticed his presence. "Lad, what are your plans next?" the red-headed ghost asked. Suzimo replied, "I'll be cultivating at the bottom of the valley for a period of time." The red-headed ghost nodded and said, "Yes, that's good as well. Don't worry, I've severely injured that Di clan's half-martial ancestor. It's already good enough that he survived. There's no way he can take revenge on you." Monk Yuan Bei said, "These sects and factions might not dare to lay their hands on you openly, but you have to be careful." "Got it." Suzimo nodded. From this day forth, he would cultivate at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley wholeheartedly. He went through the insights gained from the consecutive battles with many titular disciples, cultivated the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, chanted sutras, and paid respects to Buddha as he accumulated and consolidated his experience. At the same time, in the Dragonbone Valley, an entire month passed and Suzimo woke up slowly in the cave of the primordial divine spring. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never had such a peaceful, comfortable and relaxed sleep. He was truly too tired. Suzimo opened his eyes slowly and looked at the surging golden spring water beside him. He gradually snapped out of his stupor as he sensed the boundless vitality that surrounded his body. He finally realized where he was. Solitary Cloud was not by his side. He must have recovered from his injuries and left first. Splash! Suzimo stood up and looked down at his body. His body was completely intact. There were no injuries at all. The primordial divine spring was indeed powerful. Even his body that was devoid of life could be restored to its original state. Suzimo could clearly sense that every single move he made could release an incomparably terrifying power. With a single thought, he channeled his bloodline. Splash! The sound of a tsunami came from his body. This true body of the dragon race was even stronger than before. Suzimo was slightly stunned, as though he had realized something. In his consciousness, the injuries on the scarlet-haired yin spirit had already healed. Not only that, he was shocked to discover that the yin impurities on his essence spirit had vanished completely and were refined silently. There was an additional trace of pure yang qi on the essence spirit. The yang spirit. Suzimo's eyes were filled with immense joy. In that 1 month, he merely slept in the primordial divine spring and his cultivation had already crossed a major realm to advance to the yang spirit realm. According to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the yang spirit realm corresponded to the void reversion realm. In other words, his true body of the dragon race had already entered the void reversion realm. To leap a major cultivation realm after a single sleep sounded like a fantasy. However, in reality, it was merely a matter of everything arriving at its course. Firstly, the scarlet-haired yin spirit was already at its peak. If not for the fact that he was suppressed in the Tao inheritance ground, he would have broken through before the black-haired essence spirit. Secondly, Suzimo slept in the primordial divine spring. Thanks to the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the scarlet-haired yin spirit's injuries were healed and its boundless life force pushed forward. Naturally, it refined all the impurities in the essence spirit and entered the void reversion realm. Other cultivators would require a lot of preparation if they wanted to cross a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, there was a high chance of failure. However, given Suzimo's Tao heart, it was impossible for him to fail his breakthrough in the primordial divine spring even if he was unconscious. The moment he woke up, not only did his true body of the dragon race recover, He had even entered the void reversion realm. Suzimo was elated. He released his spirit consciousness slowly and pushed it to its limits. 500 kilometers. The moment he entered the void reversion realm, the range of his spirit consciousness had already exceeded 500 kilometers. A normal early-stage void reversion Dao being's spirit consciousness could only extend up to 50 kilometers. At the perfected void reversion realm, one could be considered as a paragon if they could reach 40 kilometers. However, the scarlet-haired yin spirit consciousness had already surpassed 500 kilometers. Have you heard? 2 outsiders joined the Illumination Dragon lineage a month ago. I heard that one of them is a WM and the other one isn't considered a dragon either. I heard that his bloodline isn't pure and he seems to be a son accepted by an old elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Ever since that incident 10,000 years ago, the Illumination Dragon lineage has been getting worse. They're now even taking in WMS and dragons with impure bloodlines. After spreading his spirit consciousness, Suzimo could naturally hear the gossip happening outside the cave. HMPH, what's the use of taking them in? They will be tortured for as long as they stay in the dragon race. They won't be able to live for long if they don't recognize their circumstances. That's right. I heard that the WM was thrown to the side of the mixed dragon lineage and was beaten up all day. He's covered in injuries and won't be able to last much longer. At that point, Suzimo frowned and his expression turned cold. The reason why he brought Solitary Cloud here was to obtain an opportunity for the latter, not to let him suffer. By the way, that Long Mo with the impure bloodline seems to be still soaking in the primordial divine spring. It's been a month, right? Fuck, I've been in the Dragon Bone Valley for so long but I've never been to the primordial divine spring. How can a bastard with an impure bloodline like him enter? When he comes out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hee, we won't even get our turn. The brothers from the Illumination Dragon lineage can't wait any longer and have been waiting for this Long Mo to return. Do you think that Long Mo is hiding in the primordial divine spring the entire time and doesn't dare to come out because he knows he's going to be walloped real hard? It's highly possible. Just as the few dragons were discussing, a voice sounded from behind them. Everyone, may I check with you the directions to the mixed dragon lineage region? The few dragons turned back and saw a scarlet-haired man standing on them. He had refined features and asked expressionlessly, "Over there." A dragon pointed instinctively. "Thank you." The scarlet-haired man expressed his thanks and turned to leave. Before long, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey, that person didn't look familiar at all, right? Scarlet hair. He should be from the Illumination Dragon lineage. But I haven't seen him before. Could it be Long Mo? It must be him. Let's go take a look. Many dragons followed hurriedly. Chapter 1071, Who did you say have a death wish? Chapter 1071, Who did you say have a death wish? Within the main hall of the Illumination Dragon lineage. 3 elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage were sitting inside when an old man walked in. It was Elder 4. There's news from the primordial divine spring that Long Mo has just woken up and his injuries have healed. Furthermore, he's already at the void reversion realm. Elder 4 said in a deep voice, I heard that this lad has already headed to the mixed dragon lineage region. Where's Long Chio and the others? Elder 3 asked. Elder 4 said, they've already brought people over in an aggressive manner. They must have gone to kill Long Mo. The 4 elders exchanged glances. We'll find out soon enough whether he's a dragon or a worm. The Grand Elder said with a smile. The mixed dragon lineage had an extremely low status in the dragon race. Although they retained a spot in the Dragon Bone Valley, they occupied a small area. Furthermore, the dragons of the mixed dragon lineage had many restrictions in the Dragon Bone Valley. They could not go anywhere and were mostly slaves among the 5 dragon lineages. The lower the level, the more chaotic it was. Among the 5 lineages of the dragon race, fights between fellow clansmen could happen at any moment. This was even more common among the mixed dragon lineage. Although the area was small, there were many dragons with thin bloodlines living in it. Gradually, 4 major factions were formed: Rain, cloud, coiling and flood dragon. Battles often broke out between the four factions. However, there were much fewer fights between the four factions these days. It was because an outsider had appeared in their territory. Most importantly, this outsider had no right to step foot on this land. Even the flood dragon lineage could not accept this person. He was a WM and was far from an actual flood dragon. Although there was only a single word difference between the two, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, many of the dragons here heard that not only did this outsider step foot into this place, he even enjoyed the primordial divine spring that none of them were qualified to enjoy. This made many dragons even more displeased. Over the past few days, every single void reversion of the dragon race, be it from the rain, cloud, coiling or flood dragon lineages, would have someone teach that outsider a lesson and they would not get tired of it. Without strength, he was not qualified to live with them. A snake does not get to live together with dragons. That was the pride of the dragon race. In their eyes, the WM was a snake. Dragon lairs were built around a towering mountain peak. Every dragon lair was extremely spacious and tall, allowing the dragons to reside and cultivate. At that moment, there were many dragons gathered in front of a dragon lair. There were almost 100 people from the cloud, coiling, rain and flood dragon lineages. Whose turn is it to teach that person a lesson today? It's our flood dragon lineage's turn. I'll do it. A young man in white robes stood out. He had a strong physique and rubbed his palms together. With a smile on his face, he walked towards the dragon lair with a relaxed expression. Hey, be gentle. Don't kill him directly. There are still many people from our cloud dragon lineage waiting to train using him. Some dragons shouted as they laughed. Unknowingly, a scarlet-haired man had appeared in the crowd. He had refined features and a fair complexion. Hey! The scarlet-haired man patted the dragon on the shoulder and asked, if this WM is cultivating in the dragon lair, you guys won't be able to get him to come out, right? Although dragons could fight and kill at will, there were restrictions as well. If any dragon were to stay in their lair and cultivate, the other dragons could not disturb them. The other dragons could only challenge a dragon after he left his lair. Foo-foo. The dragon laughed. Brother, you're talking about the rules of our dragon race. However, that thing inside is a WM. What rights does he have to stay here? If he hides inside and doesn't come out, we'll naturally go in and drag him out. When he heard that, the scarlet-haired man was expressionless but his gaze turned colder. When the dragon saw that this person looked unfamiliar, he wanted to ask. However, his aura weakened when he met with the person's gaze and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It was a suppression that came from his bloodline, someone from the Illumination dragon lineage. When the dragon noticed the scarlet-haired man's hair, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, something's not right. He looks like his from the Illumination dragon lineage, but why does it feel like his bloodline is impure? Although he was puzzled, the dragon did not dare to ask. Standing beside the scarlet-haired man, he felt his heart palpitate as though a calamity was about to descend upon him at any moment. The scarlet-haired man was Suzimo. When he heard about Solitary Cloud's situation, he was puzzled. It was normal if Solitary Cloud was not strong enough to defeat the dragons here since he had yet to transform into a proper dragon after all. However, as long as he cultivated in his lair continuously, he would naturally have a high chance of transforming into a dragon in this environment where the dragon chi was rich. How could Solitary Cloud suffer so badly? Upon hearing the dragon's reply, Suzimo finally understood that the dragons here did not give Solitary Cloud any chance to cultivate. Solitary Cloud was nothing but a plaything in their eyes. Solitary Cloud, get the hell out. The white-robed young man declared loudly, don't think that you'll be safe just because you're hiding in the lair. You're a WM and don't deserve to live here. Go in and drag him out. Many dragons in the crowd cheered. Just as the white-robed young man was about to barge in, a figure gradually appeared from the darkness of the lair. It became clearer and staggered. When the figure stood at the entrance of the lair, Suzimo narrowed his eyes and his heart ached. It was Solitary Cloud. However, his appearance was almost indistinguishable. His cheeks were swollen and his facial features were contorted with wounds all over his body. Some of them had just formed scabs and his movements tugged at the wounds, causing fresh blood to flow out once more. Solitary Cloud looked wretched and miserable, covered in wounds. However, his eyes were filled with a hint of fearlessness, determination, and pride. "Is it your turn today?" The corner of Solitary Cloud's mouth twitched as though he wanted to laugh. The wounds on his face ruptured and fresh blood oozed out, looking somewhat menacing. "Come on." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. He let out a low growl from the depths of his throat, as though he was letting out an unyielding roar to all the dragons. The white-robed young man said indifferently, "I'll pass on another message from the young master. As long as you agree to be the mount of our young master, our flood dragon lineage will naturally protect you." "Absolutely impossible," Solitary Cloud said word by word without hesitation. "Foo-foo." The white-robed young man sneered. "Solitary Cloud, you're just a WM. Our young master is giving you face by accepting you as a mount. Don't seek a rebuff. Your young master is not worthy." Solitary Cloud grinned. "You must have a death wish." The white-robed young man's expression darkened. In a flash, he appeared in front of Solitary Cloud and opened his gigantic palm to slap the latter's face. Solitary Cloud was in such a state that he could not even stand properly. He could not defend against that attack at all. All of a sudden, a breeze blew. A person appeared in front of Solitary Cloud. Piak. The white-robed young man's palm was held in that person's palm motionlessly. "Who did you say have a death wish?" The person looked at the white-robed young man calmly and asked. Chapter 1072, next. Chapter 1072, next. A series of exclamations sounded from the dragons. Nobody noticed how the scarlet-haired man appeared. The dragons were looking at the white-robed young man's palm, and just as it was about to land on Solitary Cloud's face, a figure had already appeared between the two of them. Furthermore, he grabbed the white-robed young man's wrist tightly. "It's that dragon from earlier on." Among the dragons, someone recognized that this was the scarlet-haired man he had conversed with earlier on. "The Illumination dragon lineage?" "I think so, but his bloodline isn't pure. It looks like he just broke through." A commotion broke out among the dragons. The white-robed young man's expression changed. Even he could not see clearly how the person appeared. Instinctively, he wanted to retract his arm. However, he realized that the person's palm was like a steel hoop that locked his wrist tightly and he could not move at all. "Who are you?" the white-robed young man asked sternly. All of a sudden, his expression changed as he cried out in pain. Suddenly, he felt that the intruder's palm was gradually exerting more strength. A sharp pain came from his wrist and his bones were about to be crushed. "Answer my question. Who did you say have a death wish?" Suzimo asked coldly. "Kill." The white-robed young man endured the pain and let out a dragon roar from the depths of his throat. Swinging his other arm, he smashed towards Suzimo's head. Snap. Suzimo channeled strength into his palm. The white-robed young man's wrist was snapped. Thereafter, he raised his palm gently and it landed on the face of the white-robed young man, sending the latter flying dozens of feet away and tumbling in front of the group of dragon. The dragons were in an uproar. The white-robed young man's body was covered in dust and his wrist was snapped. Half of his face had been ripped apart as well. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fainted. With a single slap, the intruder severely injured a void reversion flood dragon. "Who are you?" "I've seen all the void reversion dragons of the Illumination dragon lineage but not you." Many dragons stood out and questioned Suzimo loudly with sharp gazes and murderous intent. If they were in the cultivation world and saw the white-robed young man suffering such a serious injury, the spectating cultivators would definitely be wary. However, this was a common sight among the dragons. A scene as such could not suppress the group of dragons at all. "Master, you're here." Solitary Cloud looked at the back view in front of him and his heart lightened. Finally, he smiled and relaxed completely. He had only stayed in the primordial divine spring for less than 7 days. For the next 20 days, He endured the torture of the various dragons every day and did not have time to rest and cultivate at all. He was on the brink of a mental breakdown. If not for the fact that he missed Suzimo, he would have died long ago. At that moment, he relaxed completely when he saw Suzimo appear. Solitary Cloud knew that as long as Suzimo was here, even the 5 dragon lineages won't be able to hurt him, let alone the 4 dragon factions of the mixed dragon lineage. Suzimo's expression was indifferent in the face of the dragon's questions and he ignored them completely. Turning around, he helped Solitary Cloud to the dragon's lair and sat down. "Eat these elixirs. They'll help your injuries." Suzimo took out many bottles from his storage bag and placed them in Solitary Cloud's embrace. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he said softly, "Stay here and watch. I'll help you vent your anger." "All right." Solitary Cloud did not say much and nodded vigorously. "I know. You're the other outsider. You're Long Mo of the Illumination Dragon lineage." Right then, a young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage stood out from the group of dragons and pointed at Suzimo. "Your bloodline is impure and you're not worthy of being in the same group as us. So, that's Long Mo. I heard that he joined under the recommendation from an old clan leader of the Illumination Dragon lineage. He's not qualified at all." "That's right. How can an impure Illumination Dragon enjoy the primordial divine spring? Long Mo, I want to challenge you." The young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage shouted with a murderous gaze. Turning around, Suzimo surveyed his surroundings and nodded. All right. Come at me together, I'll take you all." He single-handedly challenged more than 100 dragons. Brazen. Insolent. The dragons sneered and scolded. The young man of the Coiling Dragon race sneered, "Fufu, only one-on-one fights are allowed among dragons. You're trying to get us punished for violating the clan rules? Don't bother embarrassing yourself with such scheming method." In the cultivation world, there were very few people of the same cultivation realm who dared to fight Suzimo alone. He was already used to fighting against many alone. To think that there would be such a rule in the dragon race. Of course, that was also the pride of the dragon race. "All right then." Suzimo nodded. "Next." The moment Suzimo said the word next, his figure flashed and he arrived before the young man of the Coiling Dragon lineage. Halfway through the word, Suzimo attacked. A punch landed heavily on the chest of the Coiling Dragon whose eyes were filled with shock. Suzimo finished saying the word. By then, the young man from the Coiling Dragon lineage had already fallen far away. His chest was deeply caved in as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "I'll do it." A young man from the Rain Dragon lineage stood out. Without another word, Suzimo strode forward and raised his palm. Opening his fingers, he crushed down towards the young man of the Rain Dragon lineage as though he could blot out the skies. An extremely tragic aura surged over. The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage felt suffocated by that aura. It's too terrifying. It's impossible to defend against. That was the only thought in the young man's mind. Instinctively, he propped up his arms. Bang! Suzimo's palm landed on the arms of the Rain Dragon. Snap! Without any pause, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The arms of the young man from the Rain Dragon lineage were snapped into two and his broken bones were exposed, stained with fresh blood. It was a shocking sight. The momentum of Suzimo's palm was not completely diminished and it landed on the head of the man, brushing against it gently. The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage fainted on the spot. Under the gazes of the dragons, Suzimo caused a Rain Dragon to faint just by pushing down and brushing his palm. Suzimo said indifferently, "Next. Kill." A young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage appeared and arrived before Suzimo. He reached out with both hands and his sharp nails dug towards Suzimo's face. Suzimo's expression was unchanged as he ignored the young man's incoming fingernails and merely extended his palm to suppress the latter. A ruthless glint flashed through the eyes of the young man from the Cloud Dragon lineage. His fingernails were incomparably sharp, comparable to divine weapons and could even penetrate divine stones. The fact that Long Mo was using his body to defend against his fingernails was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could finish his thought, his fingernails had already been snapped by Suzimo's palm. Ah! The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The young man from the cloud dragon lineage let out a tragic cry. In a flash, he turned into a gigantic cloud on the spot and vanished into it. That was the secret skill of the cloud dragon lineage. After releasing the cloud, their true bodies hid within and fused with the cloud. It was difficult for the other party to detect their true bodies. Suzimo did not retract his palm at all and plunged it into the cloud. Piak! A figure fell out of the clouds. It was the young man from the cloud dragon lineage. The flesh on his chest was blurry and his organs were shaken. He had fainted completely. Next. Suzimo's voice sounded coldly. Chapter 1073, Have your young master meet me. Chapter 1073, Have your young master meet me. This. Isn't that way too easy? The dragons gradually realized that Longmo's strength might be more terrifying than they had imagined. The secret skill of the cloud dragon lineage, cloud confusion, was merely a decoration in Longmo's eyes. Suzimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was no exaggeration to say that even the legacy cultivation techniques of the primordial 9 races could not compare to it. Although there were no visual techniques in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his eyesight was so strong that he could see through most illusions. Furthermore, apart from the fact that Suzimo had cultivated the illumination dragon eye in this true body of the dragon race, he possessed the illumination stone in his right eye. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Without any warning, a dark cloud appeared above Suzimo's head and it rained heavily. Like needles and swords, the raindrops fell towards Suzimo densely. A young man from the rain dragon lineage attacked. However, he did not fight Suzimo in close combat. Instead, he stood not far away and released the secret skill of the rain dragon lineage. Humph! Raising his head, Suzimo's eyes were clear as he faced the falling raindrops fearlessly. Suddenly, he shouted, "Disperse!" Boom! His voice was like thunder. The dark clouds hovering above Suzimo's head dissipated with a loud bang and the pouring rain seemed to have sensed something as well as it dodged in fear. Not a single raindrop landed on Suzimo despite the heavy downpour. The dragons were shocked. Longmo did not move at all and merely hollered. Yet, the secret skill of the rain dragon lineage vanished into thin air. What sort of powers were these? Was it a bloodline suppression? That was impossible. Even the 5 dragon lineages did not possess such a terrifying bloodline. Furthermore, Longmo's bloodline was impure. How could there be such a phenomenon? The young man from the rain dragon lineage was stunned on the spot and his mind went blank. Suzimo's expression was calm as usual. With one hand behind his back, he had already arrived in front of the other person as he extended his palm and pressed down. Bang! The body of the young man from the rain dragon lineage shuddered and his clothes were torn apart, revealing a gigantic palm print. He was sent flying and his tendons and bones were broken as he laid on the ground, unable to stand up. In reality, although Suzimo was furious, he was still rational. His attacks were not fatal. Apart from the dragon blood battlefield, killing in fights in other regions of the dragon race were not allowed. However, Suzimo's attacks were extremely heavy. Tendons and bones were ruptured at every turn. Even with the powerful bloodline of the dragon race, such injuries would take at least half a month to recover. For a moment, the dragons were stunned. However, Suzimo did not stop. As though he was strolling idly, he walked towards the group of dragons and extended his palm once more, suppressing a young man of the coiling dragon race. This time round, Suzimo was the one who took the initiative to attack. You! The young man from the coiling dragon race was enraged. Although he was stunned by Suzimo's methods, he could not withstand such provocation. Suddenly, the young man from the coiling dragon lineage opened his mouth and spat out a black mist. The mist carried a strong stench and produced a hissing sound the moment it was exposed. The spirit chi in the void was corroded by the mist. The bloodline of the coiling dragon lineage contained poison and they were good at using it. However, He did not realize what sort of existence he was facing. Given the bloodline of the true body of the dragon race, the poison was not a threat to Suzimo at all. Suzimo traversed through the pitch-black mist. His palm did not pause at all as he suppressed the young man of the coiling dragon lineage and sent the latter flying. Poof! The young man of the coiling dragon race spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the spot. Suzimo charged into the group of dragons, and wherever he passed, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All the dragons were sent flying and none of them could stop him. More than 100 dragons were crippled by Suzimo in the blink of an eye. If it was in the cultivation world outside, the remaining cultivators would have long dispersed after encountering such a situation. However, among the dragon race, even the 4 factions did not retreat despite their thin bloodlines. The outcome of not retreating was being suppressed by blood. With one hand behind his back, Suzimo merely used a single move. He suppressed everyone with his palm. However, none of the 100-odd dragons could defend against that single move. Complete suppression. None of the dragons that crowded at Solitary Cloud's lair were innocent. All of them had bullied Solitary Cloud before. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 dragons were suppressed by Suzimo. They either fainted completely, or were left lying on the ground letting out tragic cries from time to time. He crushed everything in his path. On the battlefield, blood chi surged. Apart from Suzimo, the only one who could stand on the spot was a young man from the Flood Dragon lineage. Arriving before the person, Suzimo looked at him expressionlessly with a calm gaze without saying anything. The two of them were extremely close. The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage was pale and his arms trembled slightly. He was drenched in sweat. Although he had the dignity of a dragon, it was impossible for him to be completely fearless in the face of such a situation. The two of them stood face to face, but the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage did not dare to raise his head to look ahead. Against Suzimo's terrifying aura, that person lowered his head and could not move at all. He even had the urge to kneel on the ground. The person before him had evoked the fear in the depths of his soul and blood. At that moment, the commotion here had already alarmed many dragons of the mixed dragon lineage. In fact, there were even figures from the 5 dragon lineages not far away. Thump! Right in front of everyone, the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage suddenly knelt down. His body was trembling uncontrollably as though he was enduring immense fear and pressure. This scene caused an uproar among the dragons. It was one thing for him to suppress the dragons, but it was another thing for a flood dragon to be forced to kneel by someone with one hand behind his back. Pooey! A dragon spat out his saliva forcefully with a disdainful expression and sneered, "How embarrassing. Even if you can't win, you can't kneel. The dignity of the dragon race is not to be sullied. In my opinion, that flood dragon won't be able to survive in the future and will definitely be bullied to death by the other flood dragons." The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage felt bitter when he heard the voices of the dragons. If one did not stand opposite the scarlet-haired man, they would never be able to feel that terrifying pressure. He could not defend against it at all. The scarlet-haired man gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than the dragons of the 5 lineages. "Do you know why I didn't suppress you?" Suzimo asked indifferently. No." The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage's heart skipped a beat and his voice paused for a moment. Suzimo said, "Go back and have your young master of the Flood Dragon lineage come see me." Although his tone was calm, it was filled with unquestionable dominance. Yes. For some reason, the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage could only agree subconsciously. That person stood up as though he had been pardoned and did not even dare to turn around. He merely lowered his head and retreated slowly. After a few feet, he turned and left hurriedly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.